of the Humboldt County Commissioners to order. It's Monday, April 4th, 2022, 8:30 in the morning. First order of business is I'd like you to join me with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next order of business is public comment. Public comment is opportunity to address the commission on items that are not currently on this agenda. However, no action may be taken on any item that is not on this agenda until it is specifically agendized. Do we have any public comment? Yes, come on up.
My name is Ella Height, and I am the chairperson for the Golconda Water Board. And we've had some issues with our Golconda Water Board, and 3 of them have chose to resign. And I have a letter of intent here from a new board, somebody that wants to be put on the board. And I also need to find out, because one of the people that has resigned their position on the water board is also the secretary treasurer. But when I asked her if she was staying as the secretary's treasurer, she refused to answer my question. So I need somehow or other to get an answer to that question. Since she is being paid by the water board, she needs to respond to
water board, everybody?
What she's doing.
Their water.
It's it's a problem because we've got a project coming up and everything goes through the office. And if she's not still taking care of things, we need to have somebody in there that will.
Do you currently have a quorum?
With this gentleman okay, we had 2 people left after 3 of them resigned. I've got a letter of intent right here from a new person that will immediately go on to the water board if if you guys will accept him as a representative. So, and there's a couple other people that's looking to come on, but with this one person, we would have a quorum. Yes, sir.
Has that letter been submitted to the county?
He turned it in because one of them resigned on Thursday and 2 of them resigned on Friday. So I haven't had much notice. Okay.
That's an item that has to be agendized. So.
And Mr. Chair, Ms. Maddox and I'll confirm, and sitting here right now, I can't recall off the top of my head, some boards, the boards themselves have the ability sometimes to fill vacancies, but the bulk of them are filled by the county commission. So we'll confirm that process and work with Ms. Height with whatever process is necessary to get things squared away.
Yep.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Okay, is this something that's going to go on agenda, or due to the circumstances, is it going to be handled more as a emergency, got to get it done thing, sir?
Well, for today, I mean, obviously it's not an agendized item, so we're not going to be able to take an action on it today. Just based on the fact that you have a project pending and that you currently don't have a quota until this person is accepted by this board. I think the only action we could possibly take would be an emergency meeting that we could take and actually agendize an emergency meeting. That's, from my standpoint, that's the only thing I can think of.
And technically, I don't believe that this would fall under the technical definition of emergency. We would still need to post an agenda, minimum 3 days to have that special meeting. But we'll work with you and the county manager and the board.
Okay, will somebody give me a call and let me know what's going on, please, sir?
Yeah.
You bet. If you leave the letter with our county manager today,
He was given the letter, yes. I would prefer somebody call me that hasn't been working with the people that have been trying to remove me. So I do need to have some cooperation, please.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
is the Golconda Water Board an elected board,
No,
We was appointed, sir.
only appointed?
yeah, under the new law.
That leads me to believe that it's solely through this board to fill the vacancies. Yeah, the county was acting as the board, this body was acting as the board for a while.
Right.
And then through that appointment, they took the board back over, or that district, so.
So that leads me, with 3 resignations in a week, there has to be a lot to the story that we're not hearing.
Right.
So. do we
I've
have-
got most all of it on recording, including letters from Mr. Mandioli advising them how to remove me from the board without a cause.
Okay. Well, what we'll need to do is, well, obviously, we're not going to do anything today.
Yes,
mean,
sir,
we
I
leg-
understand
We legally
that.
can't do anything today with it, but this is an item that, obviously, we're going to have to resolve soon, one way
Yes,
or the
sir.
other. Just for the record, it was AB 23, I believe it was, that was our bill that actually allowed, and Golconda Water District was the first, the GID that we actually exercised that authority and appointed that board. So it's us. So, okay. All right. Thank you, Ella.
I thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for your time, and I hope to hearing from you soon, sir.
And you provided a copy of that letter
Yes.
to the county manager's
I
office?
can leave another copy here for the
Ella,
agenda.
would you do me a favor? Give it to Michelle, because I have not seen it yet. So just give her, she can make a copy of it for us.
Okay, the gentleman that brought this in already took it to the office.
Well, then I haven't heard about that, so that's fine. If
But
we need it, we'll call.
I can provide, I can take it and let her have it, do a copy of it, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any additional public comment? Not seeing any additional public comment. We're going to move on to item 4, which is approval of the minutes. Yep. So, okay, we're going to move on to item 5, approval of expenditures for Humboldt County, March 21st through April 4th. Everybody had a chance to take a look at the agenda or the expenditures. Have a motion?
Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the expenditures from March 21st, 2022 through April 4th, 2022 as presented.
We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion or additions to the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 6, Human Resources appointment, Danny Bird as Humboldt County Human Resources Director. Consideration, discussion, possible appointment of Danny Bird as Humboldt County Human Services Director with a starting salary of $83,860.97 annually. I'm going to leave this with Abel, I guess.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Abel Darrell, now Assistant County Manager, HR Director for purposes of the record. So we held interviews about, I think, 2 weeks ago with some very well-qualified applicants. I'm happy to say that they were all from the local area here in Winnemucca. I think we interviewed about 6 or 7 individuals, ladies, and just stellar candidates. It was, but in the end, I think the decision was pretty simple for us. Just right out of the gate, Denny Bird just knocked it out of the park. And with her experience with pretrial services and the case management she's already been performing, it's going to be a smooth transition for us. And, you know, she has our full backing, and we were just really pleased to bring her before you for appointment.
I understand the need for us, including it on this agenda. Obviously, we've been trying to fill a gap for a while since once that position was vacated. So
Absolutely. And I think for our office, especially for the county manager, we've gotten a firsthand experience as to at least the minimum services that are offered to the
Yeah.
public. And there's a lot to it. You know,
Okay.
So Abel, you've determined what the starting salary is, and would you like that part of the motion?
Yes, sir. That's the beginning of the range for that. So that'd be the starting salary.
Okay. Any additional questions?
I just have a question. This is Commissioner Hill.
Yes, sir.
Abel, do you know offhand what the salary range is for that position? What it ranges starting to topping out at?
I will give me a minute. I'll pull that right up here for you. So the beginning range in the staff report, that's the initial range for that position.
Okay. In the staff report or in the agenda?
It's in this my staff report.
Oh, okay. I can go back and find that.
Yeah, that's the annual salary is $83,860.97, but with full benefits, I accounted for that, $121,648.60. So that's with the stipend PERS.
I guess, so rephrase my question. So there's room for growth there that we're starting.
Absolutely.
We're
starting at the initial
okay.
starting range, yes.
Okay. We're starting at the bottom end.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what I wanted to get.
Okay. Any additional questions for Abel?
I'm just gonna bring it out that we were spending 87,245.07 annually for Nikki, and we're spending 121,648.60 for this new position, plus we're gonna add another position to it, so just so you're aware of what we're creating.
Yep. I appreciate the reminder. We had quite a robust conversation about this when we were classifying that job, and the, you know, the need. I mean, a lot of these services we don't have an awful lot of choices on this. So it's pretty much the social services are what they are. I think it's important that we remain competitive, and I'm not interested really in going back and revisiting that discussion on that we had with when we classified the position. I think we pretty much came to a consensus on it there.
I would add
Yep.
one other thing. The DA's office, we approved a position in that office that the DA said that they would not be needing now and
Right.
won't be filling, and that position, the money for that position
Goes
could help us in this position.
Yeah, we had that. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because we did bring that up during that discussion. So.
I just have one more question, Mr.
Yep.
Chair. This is Commissioner Hill. So to jog my memory, we did approve the assistant position, or I know we
Yes.
had a long discussion on that. So that's ready to.
Where we left off, I believe, was we approved both positions, both salary ranges. We originally asked to waive to allow for hiring of both, but you wanted, the board's desire was to get the director on board.
Yep.
And then open the recruitment to allow them to select who
Yep. I remember.
they
that.
want to work with.
Okay.
And Commissioner Hill, if you recall, what we did was that assistant position was kind of a transfer of responsibilities out of the DA's office for that public guardian side of it. So we put all of that into the human resources.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair and fellow members of the board, Mike McDonald for the record, we are also looking at some minor adjustments to the job description as well to address some of the things that were brought up in that discussion with the board. And so you'll see that at some point here on the horizon as well.
So just to be clear, when the new person, or when Denny takes the position, or if it's voted on and time goes by, she is allowed to hire an assistant at some point.
That's what
Yes.
we thought, yeah.
Yep, okay. So that.
Yeah. Remember, we felt that we ought to have her on board or him.
I just
on
didn't
board.
I wanted to make sure there wasn't another roadblock coming up where we're going to burn somebody else out.
No, I hope
And so
not.
somebody.
We don't want the phone anymore.
Yeah.
Right, here we
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, we're looking for a motion then.
All right, I'll make a motion. This is Commissioner Hill. I would make a motion that we appoint Denny Byrd as Humboldt County Human Services Director with a starting salary of $83,860.97 annually. That's my motion.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Any additional discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Item 7, sheriff request to add and donate life flag to the flagpole located at the Humboldt County Courthouse. Consideration, discussion, possible approval to add a donate life flag to the flagpole located at the Humboldt County Courthouse. The flag would be placed under the Nevada state flag.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Under Sheriff Kevin Malone for the record. So for the past 7 years, our agency has partnered with the Nevada Donor Network to promote and celebrate organ tissue and eye cornea donation. So April is National Donate Life Month. So we're just seeking permission to continue that support and show the community that we support it as well, and hang the flag on our pole out front.
Okay. I personally don't have a problem with it. No. Okay. Need a motion.
I'll make a motion. All right. This is Commissioner Hill. Again, I would make a motion that we approve the addition of the Donate Life flag to the flagpole located at the Humboldt County Courthouse. This flag would be placed under the Nevada state flag, and of course under the American flag. And it's for the month of April,
Correct.
to run the full month of April.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thanks, Kevin.
Excellent. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, item 8 is request to approve Hansford Consulting appraising proposal. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of an appraisal proposal for Gold Country Water System from Hansford Consulting in the amount not to exceed $12,000. Dave?
Mr. Chair, I'm Dave Mendiola, County Manager. So if you recall at the last meeting, I brought this before you, and there was a concern about the cost of the appraisal and whether or not the county and the general fund should pay for that. I did check in with the state revolving fund, and as a matter of fact, this would be reimbursable by the state revolving fund, so they would cover the cost on this appraisal.
Okay. I think that answered your questions. I think, Jesse, you're the one that posed that question, so.
So no, Commissioner Hill, no direct cost to Humboldt County.
Correct. We would have to pay for it first.
Right.
But we
It won't
could
be
get reimbursed for it.
It's reimbursable, so. Okay. Any questions? Motions?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion for approval of the appraised proposal of Gold Country Water Systems from Hansford Consulting in an amount not to exceed $12,000.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to item 9, fiscal year 2022-23 budget workshop. This meeting is the first public hearing on a fiscal year 2022-23 budgets. The Board of Commissioners is required to hold budget hearings in accordance with NRS 354.596. County offices, departments, and boards will present and discuss their fiscal year 2022-23 budget proposals with the board. And during the budget workshops may include the presentation, review, and discussion of revenues, expenditures, and transfers to and from county funds and specific funding requests, including but not limited to additions or deletions to the personnel, equipment, supplies, services used and or received. The county budget, the County Board of Commissioners may take action for tentative approval of the proposed budget, but all budgets are subject to final approval and action at a time the final budgets are submitted. So we'll have 2 shots at this. So, okay. Item 10, which is fiscal year 22 budget overview by the county manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind, I'm just going to read from my budget message here for those who haven't read it. At the January 24, 2022 County Commission retreat, the board discussed the key priorities and direction for the county manager. The following is the takeaway from that discussion and the key drivers for budget planning regarding the 22-23 fiscal year. Number one, priority justice and district court renovation and courthouse renovation entryway, or excuse me, courthouse entry renovation. Grass Valley Nitrate Mitigation Wastewater Treatment Facility Project, the Gold Country Water Acquisition as part of the Nitrate Mitigation Project, complete land use planning chapters as part of the county master plan. Fiscal years 2021 and 22 were two of the strangest years any of us have ever lived through. COVID-19 took center stage in our lives and also in the county government's activity. Federal CARES Act, COVID-19 funding in 2020-21, and the American Recovery Planning Act in 2021 funneled dollars into the county to assist in the cost of battling the pandemic in our county. The targets of the ARPA funds have been identified and the efforts are underway to utilize those funds for everything from rebuilding a damaged sewer line in McDermott to community projects throughout the county. Mentally and physically, the pandemic has been a major challenge and many people have lost their lives to the virus. Those who survived the illness are still experiencing mental health and physical issues. As of this writing, cases in Humboldt County have slowed to a small stream, and the prognosis appears to be good long-term, not just in Humboldt County, but all over the world. From the fiscal perspective, Humboldt County was able to weather the storm with very little impact. As a matter of fact, the county ended the fiscal year 2021 with a $1.3 million surplus. That came on the heels of a $716,000 surplus in fiscal year 20. The FY 2021 audit revealed the county's general fund had an ending fund balance of $17,500,440, a rebound of more than $2 million from fiscal year 2018. While that information is encouraging, there is a challenge on the horizon for the country, and that's inflation. The consumer price index has been on the rise since mid-2021 and currently is hovering around 8%. As a result, the cost of living for all Humboldt County residents has risen and is being felt in the form of higher prices for everything from food, fuel, rent, and utilities. That same daunting reality is what faces Humboldt County with respect to the cost of doing business. In less than a year, the projected cost of renovating our district and justice courts went from $3.5 million to $6 million, and the project seems to go up with every day and week. Vendors that historically provided a proposal that included a guarantee on the price for 30 to 60 days no longer will guarantee a proposal for more than a few days. Utilities for the county are projected to go up between 20 and 30%. Fuel prices and the cost of upgrading infrastructure have seen historic cost increases. The Board of Commissioners made a major decision in 2021 to commit to several capital projects, including a courtroom renovation, a courthouse entryway upgrade, a new buildings and grounds shop, a project to build a wastewater treatment facility and hook up over 500 homes and businesses in Grass Valley, and the continued upgrade to the public safety communications system in the northern part of the county. Between the ongoing pandemic and the rising costs and availability of goods, these projects saw very little progress. Thus, these projects will be back on the budget projections for the FY 23 hearing. Fortunately, the county has done a good job of putting some funding aside to assist with these projects, but it is not near enough to complete them all. The scope of the courtroom renovations, the public safety communication, and the Grass Valley projects will take 2 to 3 budget cycles. Thus, the county can stretch the expenses over 2 to 3 years. The challenge for the board will be to decide which project should take precedence. County Assessor Andy Heiser is in the midst of a massive migration from our legacy system to a new platform for assessing real and personal property taxes, an effort that has been underway for nearly 3 years. This software transition affects many offices, including the treasurer and the building and safety. Andy has done a tremendous job of working with the vendor and thus will be a big accomplishment when it is all completed. There are only a few budgets that are showing large increase requests. The Assessor Technology Fund is requesting an additional 25% or $122,500, which is justified in my mind as he is attempting to upgrade his flight area for revalues this year and is updating software from ArcMap to ArcPro and many other changes. These changes will ensure that our property valuations are both fair and accurate. Juvenile Services is requesting an increase of 16.6%, $379,000, $300,000 of which will be covered by 6th Judicial District, which is a non-general fund budget. This is to add a kitchen and washroom for the new transitional housing unit that is now open. Wages and benefits make up the remainder of the increase. 6th Judicial District is requesting an increase of 48% or $1,087,000. This increase is the $1 million that the judge has committed to the courtroom renovation project from the district's ending fund balance. In addition, Judge Montero is working with the Nevada Supreme Court to get approval of ARPA funds that were provided to the Supreme Court and separate from the other funding that the state received or will receive. We are hopeful that any funding from the Supreme Court will reduce the impact on the district's end fund balance and will be used to reduce the outlay from the general fund to improve the courtrooms and offices. Unfortunately, since that time, I have spoken to the judge and apparently they don't have a whole lot of money. So I don't think it's going to be of much use to us. The Sheriff's Office is requesting an increase of 14.9% or $499,000 for the adult detention facility as a new Ninth Circuit Court ruling requires additional staffing. In the past, some agencies were allowed to bypass this requirement. The court made this requirement mandatory for all detention facilities. Public Works Department is requesting a 16.7 increase of $724,916. This is due to the need to replace a motor grader for $350,000 and several pickup trucks and additional truck and tractor in this fiscal year to improve efficiency of our operators. Of course, another major contributor is the cost of parts, utilities, and fuel to operate this department. Buildings and Grounds is also requesting a significant increase of 32.25%, $579,000. These additional costs include greater costs in utilities for all of our buildings, fuel, parts, and also several capital projects. In addition, wages and benefits are up $60,000 due to an additional full-time equivalent approved by the commissioners, a request to purchase 2 additional vehicles. Currently, we have 6 technicians and only 4 vehicles, as well as an additional $279,360 in projects that the department believes is critical, and another $263,000 that the department believes can wait another year. I asked the director to include these in the budget to make the commission aware of them in case the board feels like these need to be added to the critical list. We've also increased the insect control budget by an additional $30,000 or $75,000, in addition of additional costs to mitigate mosquitoes, black flies, and crickets in the county. Accessing new vehicles is another challenge for the county, as both fleet vehicles, which the county depended on for the past 4+ years, have all but disappeared as automobile manufacturers work to get their workforce back in place and their assembly lines back to capacity. The labor market is also competitive, more competitive than ever before, as the county strives to find exceptional candidates. While the talent pool is quite good and people are beginning to show signs of migrating following the pandemic, the cost of securing these individuals has gone up as competition from the mines and new businesses coming into the market have also seen significant changes. More important than salaries and benefits, the biggest challenge for the county and every other employer in Humboldt County is housing. We, like most every part of the nation, we're behind the curve with housing inventory without considering the new businesses that are expected to come to the county. The need will grow ever more daunting as the new Thacker Pass lithium mine near Arvada and the salmon farm on the Pershing County line will create as many as 600 new jobs once they go online in 2 to 3 years. In the meantime, the combined operations will bring in over 1,000 construction jobs. The good news is that Jan Morrison, the County Economic Development Officer, has been sowing seeds with developers, builders, and investors for more than 3 years. And a number of very exciting projects are already underway to increase the production of single-family homes, townhomes, and RV parks. In addition, the possibility of new apartment building projects is ever closer to a reality. In February of 2022, the county commissioners participated in a budget training workshop. This training was very helpful to understand where the county revenues come from and how government finance works. The main goal was to show that while the budgeting process seems to suggest that there is a large projected shortfall following the budget hearing, the data confirms that budgeting process results technically in a balanced budget. This means that some years there is a shortfall in revenues versus expenditures, and others, like the past 3 years, there is a surplus of revenues over expenditures. One of the recommendations that came out of the training session was to consider establishing a new fund specifically for unexpected repairs and maintenance. This would be a fund where revenues are directed on an annual basis to provide needed funds for repairs or maintenance that are not budgeted, but become an issue in the middle of the fiscal period. The county currently has the Building Reserve Fund, which is set aside for future building projects. The current Board of Commissioners have done an excellent job of building ending fund balance in the general fund, currently over 17 million, as this is what keeps the county whole in years when expenditures exceed revenues. Expenditures have crept higher over the years, primarily driven by wages and benefits, but it is also due to the general cost of doing business, especially as it pertains to the rising costs mentioned earlier in this report. In addition, the county has been very aggressive on upgrading the public safety communication system, and that priority will continue. As county manager, I'm very proud of the work done by our elected officials and management team to make the funds available, go as far as possible to serve the community. In addition, our employees have been our number one asset, as they always bargain in good faith with respect to their collective bargaining agreements. While it would be easy for them to demand extreme concessions from the county, they always come down on the side of the team and the good of the community. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. I think for the record also, I would like to hear from Gina, Comptroller, with regard to her remarks with regard to the funding side of it.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Gina Rackley, Comptroller. For purposes of the record, I'm not going to read all of my budget letter. If anybody would like a copy of it, I'd be glad to provide it. I believe it was in your or email to you. Just some highlights, though. Our general fund budget request total $18,608,894. And so, I'm sorry, that's the revenues, sorry. And the expenditures are $26,529,129. So this will be a deficit of $7,920,235. These revenues projected are less any grant funds. Grants are an automatic augment, so I don't put, and it's typically that you wouldn't put those revenues in for grant funds because they possibly could not come. So when we do receive them, that's an automatic augment. So therefore, for example, the ARPA funds, any of that is not included in that revenue. For net proceeds, the state's projecting $3.7 million. I've opted to use 50% of that amount. That is a little bit higher than I've used historically. Typically, I would use about $1.25 million. So this year it's $1.85 million, and of that, $998,000 would go into the general fund. You know, net proceeds budgeting, that makes it really hard because the mines are reporting to the state now what they think that they're going to make in the calendar year ending December 2022, but we wouldn't receive that money until May of 2023. So it's just so far out. That's why we do that way. So back to the general fund real quick. The increase in expenses requests are 1.5 million, so less than $2 million. And I think that's one of the lowest increases that we've seen in a long time. That doesn't include a 4% COLA and a 2.5% merit that we're projected into here. That does not by any means mean that that's what negotiations are settling at. That's just a place card on those dollars so that we do have money in the budget for that. Of course, any of the negotiated items, once it's agreed upon, will have to come before this board for that final approval. As Dave mentioned in his report, many of the capital projects that you approved in FY22, this current fiscal year, have not been able to be completed. So they are again in FY23. So we do anticipate this year's ending fund balance to be higher than anticipated last year at budget time because of that. And currently, as of the time I wrote this, our expenditures, we were running at about 48%. So we are below the percentage of the fiscal year completed. So that too is good. Anything else you wanted me to cover in my letter.
Well, I
A
just,
lot of that-
your projection, excuse me, on the CTX side of it.
Sure, CTX and property tax, I took 95% of what the state has projected. We did receive January CTX last week, and surprisingly, we were up a lot, probably one of the highest months we've had in a long time. So we were up by 43%, I believe. So that was good because we've been down the last several months. So January, I was not expecting that, but that was good. We had a good January.
Where does that put us year to date?
That actually puts us flat, just slightly over where we were, a little bit more year to date. So that was a big jump in January, and that really helped us out on the CTX side.
Okay.
I just have a question. This is Commissioner Hill. In your letter, Gina, you said, I am recommending for consideration a new fund for extraordinary maintenance, repair, or improvement of capital projects. What do we need to do to get that started?
Well, we'll have to bring that before you and put it on an item on the agenda. If that is the favor of the board, we'll need to create a resolution, which I can do, prepare that, and we'll create the new fund. And I do recommend that we consider or talk about that, especially as we look at items like the courthouse renovation. That fund, as Alan Culp mentioned on his training, when you put that money in there, it has to be used for that purpose, which is a good thing. And especially when we're hearing from Judge Montero, he'll talk later in his presentation, putting that $1 million aside. If we were to say, put that in the capital projects fund and something else were to come up, like the public safety communications project, then it could be used there. But in this case, if we put it in this newly created fund, that's all it could be used for.
Well, for the record, I would be for that fund. So I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I would like to see that on a future item.
I agree.
I agree. Gina, this is Commissioner Haas. Okay, in the first paragraph, we ended up on this one, this budget that we're seeing here with a deficit of $8 million.
Yes.
Okay. So the 21, 22 that we have in here, we were pretty close to that last year when we got through with the budget.
Correct.
Is this projection, it didn't change in the book because I had the book at home. So anyway, it was about the same. So are we 7 million or $8 million over last year's projected budget that was already several million over?
No. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Haas. Revenues are actually higher than we had projected. I can run that for you. I didn't. But also, as I mentioned, our expenditures right now are at 48%, and we're close to 75% of the fiscal year. So we're below on our expenditures. We have not spent everything that we had stated that we put in the budget. And on the revenue side, they're coming in higher. We won't receive net proceeds until the last week of May, and we won't receive PILT until June. Those are the two last big ones. Also, the other thing to mention, when I was running these reports and putting the budget together, I noticed our property taxes were down quite a bit. And so I dove into that and realized that the state did not send out the third quarter centrally assessed taxes. They usually come in January. So I had asked Treasurer Rona to reach out to her contact at the state, and all they said was, we're working on it now. So even at that, we're going to get the third and the fourth installment of centrally assessed taxes. And just as a reminder, and for those who don't know, centrally assessed are those other items. So I'm going to use airlines, for example, because I always think this is pretty interesting. So at one point of the year, all of the airlines send like a snapshot of all of their flight paths. And so they are taxed on that. Then that money goes to the state. The state looks at that and breaks down into the amount of money that would go into each county. So every time you see a plane fly over, that's money. And in fact, for Esmeralda County, the largest employer is Southwest Airlines because of that. So just a little tidbit that's interesting to me.
That is interesting.
Okay, so basically, right, we're where we were last year. You know, the questions are the same. You know, I think that, but basically, in my view, the capital improvements question is the one that's on the table. right now in terms of how we're going to deal with future capital improvements, especially the ones that rotated into this budget, and how we're going to address that with regard to the expenditures for this fiscal year. At least in my view. I mean, you guys might have a different view of it. Okay. Any additional questions for Gina before we get started? Okay, I'm going to move on then to item 11, which is the Assessor's Technology Fund 217. And Andy, come on up.
Tab number 2.
Tab 1.
Oh, tab 1.
Where Andy recorded? Okay, Andy, go ahead.
Good morning, Commission. Okay, Andy Heiser, Humboldt County Assessor for the record. We'll start with the Assessor Fund 007. I'm just going to kind of skip down to account 52. Well, let me first start by saying this year's budget is flat to last year's budget. That includes the 6.5% projection on the salary. And the reason why that is I was able to cut out a couple of contracts that we had that we needed to continue with for the ADS. So we are supposed to be going live in July. That was a 2-year conversion. That was on top of a 4.5-year conversion with DevNet. So we're looking at almost 6.5 years that we've been doing the conversion. I've been in the office just under 5. So my entire career has been a conversion. But back to this, sorry. We were able to cut some of those out, luckily. So that's how I was able to kind of keep the budget flat. So account 52020, service agreement and machine cost. I essentially removed an IBM maintenance that I had on the 400. And so that was able to be reduced from budget last year of $5,400 down to $750. So I also reduced 52100, and I don't know how you guys are looking at this, so hopefully what I'm saying makes sense or you can follow along. That's contracts and agreements. That went from budgeted of 18,000 last year to 14,700. And that's 2 contracts. It's a sketch contract was the big one. That now the new CAMA vendor is going to have their own in-house sketch program that we won't have to pay for. So that is basically the broad scope of my budget. I do have an increase in travel and training. That's 52062. Obviously, part of that is taken into consideration fuel and inflation. But I've also, I took 2 of my data collectors and made them temporary appraisers. So now they have to have continuing education to maintain their license. Is there any questions?
Do you have any questions? I didn't have any. Motion?
I would like to, Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring forth now, last year, if I remember correctly, you were below your year before's budget.
I did have a reduction of last year's budget, yes.
So we're using, and I just need the clarification on what I'm looking at, because you have gone up $183, and thank you for doing that. I'm glad that we're able to work that all out. But we're running off of last year's budget, and Andy was one of the few that were right there at their budget. So I just want to show you what I'm seeing. And, this is a good thing because, he's holding it the same that it was last year, and it was lower than the year before. So thank you for doing that.
Thanks for pointing that out, Commissioner Haas. And I'd just like to state that for the record right now. We have a number of managers, elected officials who have in their departments who took the opportunity initially to try to shave their budgets back and hold them flat from last year. And Andy, that you did exactly that with this one. So I appreciate that. it's a tough way to go. I know that. I think all of us would like to be able to spend what we need to spend for our programs and whatnot, but it's difficult. I appreciate the effort though.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the assessor budget as presented.
A motion on the floor, discussion on this motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, thank you.
I have one more,
Yep,
sorry.
got one more. You, the
Tech fund.
right.
So Andy Heiser, Humboldt County Assessor for the record. We're dealing with 217, the Assessor's Technology Fund. Yes, this was up 26%. This is kind of a 2-year rolling account. So by statute, I have to budget for the amount of money that's in that account for 2 years. So some years are a lighter year, and it's just kind of how it happened with my predecessor, where he'd always kind of have a lighter year, and then that next year has to maintain that full account balance. So then that next year ends up being a little lighter. I think it was down last year 13%, if I remember correctly. So now we're up 26%. Part of that is I had to implement the GSA hosting work plan, which is a server that GSA's taking care of for us. They're going to store all our data, do all our updates and everything. You guys approved that this year out of this fund. So I had to add that, and then I also had to kick a couple things out of this year's budget that I just rolled through, or last year's budget that I rolled through to this year's budget. But this account does allow me to keep my assessor fund thin, where I do put things in here that I normally would have in my general budget, laser pointers, cameras, technology stuff for our office that we use on a daily basis. Are there any questions on this account?
Apparently not. So
I'd like to add that I think this is one of them that's important, that we do spend some of that money down each year. We don't want to let it sit there.
I agree.
I have a plan for that as well. I talked to Mr. Johnson quite a bit, and we talk about this fund, and he went, "You have how much in it?" And I said, "Well, I have some big projects." I've been working with Carol Lynn, the emergency manager, and what we want to do is spend some of this. She's going to help to get some grants because it's a lot of money, but I want to start getting county flights that can help them. It can help emergency services, dispatch, whoever's wanting this imagery, and we want to do some county flights. The first time I asked for this, the price tag was $1.2 million, and there's just no way we can get that done. So I've been negotiating, and then if we can get some grant money, that is some of the stuff that I think Carolyn was, ecstatic about it when I talked to her about getting countywide flights. So that way, if there is a fire, a 400,000 acre fire, we can see pretty close to what it was, and then have a flight afterwards to say what it is now and where that damage was and how many structures and how much vegetation and so on and so forth. So I will get it spent down.
Didn't we approve something for that flight at a prior meeting?
So I do a yearly flight anyway of our revalue area. So this year it was a flight of all the rural towns. But that's just I do that I do a flight every year. This is going to be every 2 to 3 year county. We don't fly. There's a lot of our county that we don't fly at all. We don't fly any BLM really, forestry, because there's no value to my office. There's no tax revenue to that. So we negate a lot of that. So this will give us the opportunity to fly a lot of that, a lot of the ranches, see what's being irrigated, see what's not being irrigated, so we can make sure we're doing everything equitable.
Mr. Chair, can I add something to that? The revenue for this fund comes 2% off of personal property taxes. FYI. Just an FYI.
Okay. Any additional questions, commissioners? Okay, motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the Assessor's Technology Fund number 217 as presented.
Motion-
Tentatively.
Tentatively. Motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, Andy.
Okay, move on to item 12, cooperative extension, 203. And I think,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't know, Brad is out of the country, but
I think Brad's in Uzbekistan or something.
yeah, and he, I think, let me just get on the right spot here.
Oh, you're looking for that. I had a chance to talk to Brad Schultz last week, and he attended that policy summit for the university, and indicated he was going to be here today, but indicated that basically his work program and his budgeting from the county's perspective was going to be down from last year. So.
I think I can give you an overview here. I thought his boss was going to be on, but she does not appear to be on here. So yeah, he's down 3%, 3.33%, which is about $15,000. As if you'll notice when Brad does his budgeting, there's a lot of detail. If you want to dig down deep into it, there's some specific projects they'd like to continue. We were talking earlier about spending down your ending fund balance, which this is another one that's very important to do that. It wouldn't be the first time that the state looked at the co-op budget and saw a lot of money and thought of great places they could use it. So one of the things is, as you know, they did put in a new kitchen out there this year. It just got finished in the current budget. And so it looks really good. I was able to see it the other day when I was over there. And this one, they've got some additional projects. They want to build another arena right next to their area there for the indoor shows that they do for the 4-Hers. And then that would be a multi-purpose as well, so it could be used for other things. That's in the budget here. Also some continuing upgrades of some infrastructure as well. And they've got some metal siding, about $40,000 for that, and then some panels that have rusted through. So they've got another $50,000 they want to do on that pavilion, and then $12,000 to purchase a large cargo storage container. So he's got a few things in here, but yet he kept that budget down. And so, as usual, he does a great job with his budget. So
The metal siding was in there in last year's budget as well.
it was, yeah. Just couldn't get her done this year.
Okay, any additional questions on that? Motions?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the cooperative extension budget as presented.
Motion on the floor. Any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Move on to item 13 with his 6th Judicial District Court Fund 205. Start with the juvenile probation 034. I believe that's tab 4.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the
Pauline, would you share that with Judge Montero, and then you could take this one right here.
Judge and I always share. Oh, you can.
I don't share very well.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Pauline Sulla, Juvenile Services Director. I think Gina provided the update that our budget request was a 16.58% increase. However, not to the county general fund. That $300,000 of that will be from Judge Montero's in-fund balance. The other areas of our increase were personnel, of course, like everyone else has been experiencing. And then I did just have a $5,000 increase in our vehicle budget. We've been trying to secure a new used vehicle, but everything's been backlogged, back ordered. for the last 2 years. So I haven't spent that money that's been in my budget for the last 2 years, but I need to carry it over because we do have some vehicle issues that are occurring, and we need to replace at least one of those vehicles. There was some decreases in some of my areas also. I did decrease our summer school expense category also, just because we have entered into a partnership with the Humboldt County School District. We used to pay for 2 sessions of summer school. Now we pay for one, and Humboldt County School District pays for the other. And actually in my last budget, I didn't need to utilize that funding at all because of COVID, and we didn't do summer school. So I do have that in my current budget also. Other than that, I think I had a $3,000 increase in utilities with the implementation of our transitional living. We've been able to keep our utility bill very low for a 24-hour facility because we haven't been using half of our facility, so the lights, everything stays off in there. It's fairly cool in there, but as soon as we start placing kids in transitional living, our utilities are going to be back to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I did bump it up a little bit. We do have salary savings with our options building next door too, because we're not using a portion of that building. So I'm hoping that that will balance out. And then our groceries, I did do a $2,000 increase. We haven't been spending our grocery bill in our last several budget cycles. That's one of those areas with a facility you don't know how much you're going to need. It depends on how many kids we have, how long they're there. With the opening of transitional living and the addition of our kitchen, that budget will start increasing. We'll be feeding more kids out of that. Other than that, some of those areas are my grant funding also that are listed. Those I expect to continue into our next budget, and I'm always seeking additional grants that we can apply for to implement new programming. Other than that, I'm available for questions or discussion.
Pauline, I just for get it on the record, I know you've been aggressively moving forward with trying to complete that transitional housing upgrade. Just for the record, could you state what the impact to the community is without that? Let's assume we just don't do it. What is that impact?
I would love to talk about that. Especially since our juvenile justice reform continues statewide and nationally, where there's actually less funding for our state correctional facilities. I think the commissioners are aware there's been some difficulties with China Spring Youth Camp and Aurora Pine, which is really our, at that point in our system, those are our highest interventions with our kids, is China Spring and then a state commitment. One of the most difficult things for us to do at juvenile services is to remove a youth from their community and their family. That's not an easy thing to do. It's not a good thing for our community. It's not good for our kids. And when we started talking about transitional living, our state beds have gotten cut in half. Since I've left the state, there's been a 49% decrease in the state correctional beds, which means that there's less room for our kids. The majority of those kids come from Washoe and Clark County, and then rurals get the rest of the opening. Same thing with China Spring. We have a beautiful detention center that is not very old and just a perfect setup to do something different. And so when our detention numbers were down because of reform and different programming that we implemented in our community, we really saw, it took us a couple years, but we really started seeing that our programming was working and that our kids weren't being arrested at the rate and frequency that they had been. And so we didn't need the 14 cells in detention, but what we did need is a mid-level intervention for our kids that that would actually give us another option or opportunity to try to keep them in our community with their families, where they're connected, where they have the best support. It worked out so that we could try that with our transitional living, and which will keep our kids out of state commitment, hopefully, which is really difficult to get our kids to the state because of the decrease in numbers. And it'll actually give them the opportunity to practice their skills. Even if we send them to a different facility out of our community, they do great in those programs. And then they complete it, they come back into the same family environment, they come back into the same community, and they've made changes and nothing else around them has. And so with transitional living, they have the opportunity to learn those skills and then practice outside of that with the support of us 24 hours, 7 days a week, to say like, yeah, if that didn't work, we're going to just keep trying. We got to practice that. And we can slowly integrate them back into the community once their skills are solid and that they've had a chance to practice. So for me with the transitional living, and especially for district court, we get to keep our kids where they're supposed to be, and that's in our community, because we can send them away, but they still come back here. And so we might as well give them the opportunity to do it here with the right support.
So your proposal in today is to complete the process of transitional housing process that you started quite a while back, and allow you to integrate this into your work program.
Yeah, the final piece for our transitional living is the kitchen, which is a huge piece. But that'll allow our kids in transitional living to learn more living skills and to practice budgeting and shopping and cooking. And the food will be prepared for detention in our transitional living kitchen, so that we will no longer need to get meals from the sheriff's department, which we appreciate, because that's the only way we have the ability to bring meals in for our kids. But it'll just be an opportunity for them to practice and learn more living skills.
Great, thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Pauline, I have a question on Department 51-180 special department projects. I noticed that you have 100,000 in that. And like last year, you only spent 18. To date, you've only spent roughly 8. What fits under that category?
I've been trying to get for the record, Pauline Sala, I've been trying to get a new control panel for the last 2 years because ours is antiquated. There's always that fear that our control panel will go out and we won't be able to electronically open anything in our detention center. And as the director, that's a nightmare. So we've actually been working for 2 years. Of course, COVID hit. We had the company come in to do a walkthrough, and then the second round of COVID hit and everything stopped. So we actually had them come out again a couple months ago, and they're preparing the plan and the estimate for us. And that is the control panel, because we will have to tie in some additional doors from the transitional living. We have to switch things around back there. So I'm thinking that the estimate is probably going to come in between 70 and 80,000. So that would be, if we could get that actually completed, that's what that project line's for.
Any additional questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion to, which department are we on here? Juvenile probation. I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the juvenile probation budget as presented.
Okay, motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we'll move on to the district court 043.
Judge Montero.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, staff. For the record, Michael Montero, District Court Judge. I think County Manager Mendiola had kind of in his opening comments talked about the significant change in our budget was the court being willing to commit from our ending fund balance towards this capital improvements project. I do think there may have been a change, though, and I don't know if Gina Rackley wants to, my staff indicated that maybe this wasn't the right place to put it. I don't know what, I just kind of caught pieces of that conversation last Friday. But it's in there now, and maybe it was the creation of this special projects fund or something in the future. If we put it in the wrong spot, I'll accept responsibility for that. I think that other portions of our budget that kind of are structured around this construction happening, hopefully here soon. I think the other kind of new addition to our budget, maybe the only truly new addition to our budget this year was for what is listed as the CASA program, the Court Appointed Special Advocates. Just by way of just a little short background on this, back in 2017, the state legislature made it mandatory that we appoint guardian ad litems for juveniles in dependency cases, the 432B cases. We've kind of skirted around that because us in the 7th Judicial District, which is Ely, we don't have court-appointed special advocates, or we don't have guardian ad litems. So we've just continued to put in our orders that at this time, due to the fact that our community does not have a guardian ad litem program, we're not appointing. So basically, we're telling the world that we're not complying with the law, but we put it in the court order to just say where it's not available to us right now. Just recently, the national program, which is Court Appointed Special Advocates, CASA, has agreed to open other portions of the state to create this nationally recognized program, which is CASA. And so we're working with the state CASA organization to implement that here. But in order to get our state and national approval, we have to show that we have some funding for it. And so we funded $35,000 for a part-time director to run this program for us here in Humboldt County. Other than that, I think there's been some little adjustments here and there. I'm happy to answer questions. If there are big ones that I've missed, please feel free to point it out to me.
There was and I might be behind the 8 ball on this information, but there was a period of time that it brought to my attention that the criteria for the expansion of the justice court was expanded to the point to where the engineering that we had already embarked on over there wasn't going to work for us in terms of the number of jurors involved in it. And we were talking, there was some discussion about a separate building for the courts. And so maybe you can bring us up to speed on what that is.
Again, Mike Montero for the record. There have been a lot of conversations and I know that Commissioner Hill's been involved in those with the county manager about some different ideas. That came to me, and I know he'll be presenting later today, in a hallway conversation between Justice of the Peace Lovelace and I, where he said to me, why don't we, if we're going to go into temporary space, why don't we just stay there? And it was just simply that conversation that then evolved into some other conversations with the subcommittee. I think that may be even a future subject of either a special county commission meeting or later county commission meeting about where we're going next. I liked the idea. It gave us the possibility of maybe reconfiguring our courtrooms and things for the district court. to stay on the second floor over here and then maybe Justice Court to go into another building. But I've since learned that there's some, that creates different problems, which I respect. I think this whole, and I don't want to get into a lot of the discussion about this today because I think it might be for a future meeting. I think that this whole thing with the county or with the courts and renovating the courtroom or courtrooms is a combination of things. In justice court, because now they're required to have jury trials. District court, because we've got some problems with the structure of that, especially the main courtroom where we're not in compliance with ADA. And I hate to say that out loud. I had a hearing last week or week before where I had a witness in a wheelchair. That wheelchair would not fit between the little swinging doors to get up to a microphone to speak. That scares me when that happens. We can't accommodate jurors with disabilities. Well, we can't accommodate jurors really at all right now, which is a much longer conversation too. So it really needs some work. I think I'm torn between staying in this space or looking at new space or justice court looking at new space. I'm really torn. I'm open to having further discussions with all of you about it. And I'm willing to help with my ending fund balance. I think that's been the subject of a lot of debate and when I finally saw those ending fund balances, we've been pretty solid, the court has, and I'm willing to help with some of these projects. I think this kitchen at Juvenile Services is really critical to long-term planning for our community. I'm willing to help with this too. It is nice being able to come here though to you and not ask for general fund dollars. It's really nice. And so I'd like there to be some ending fund balance. So in the future, we're looking at a court budget that's not dependent on the general fund. So I'd like to maintain that to some extent, but I also recognize the growth of the court systems in Humboldt County. Long answer that I didn't answer your question, I'm sure. But.
Well, you did actually, and as you probably gathered, we're kind of struggling with some of these capital improvements down the road, and I just wanted to, for my own sake, I wanted to get an update on that. Yeah, Jeff.
Can I give you the short answer, I guess, or maybe I can add to that? This is Commissioner Hill. So yes, we have spent some money looking at the courtrooms and trying to engineer a plan. At this point, we don't feel the money that we're going to spend is going to be sufficient to get them to the end goal. So we're kind of back at the drawing board with some other plans. I think we are going to bring that forward to you, but we don't feel like spending $6 million to accomplish nothing. So,
right, I agree with that.
So we're looking at other options, I guess. And then, like I say, it's going to have to come back before the commission to make a leap either way, I think. So.
So that's a crucial piece of information for us today.
It is very crucial
because obviously this is a big chunk of the end fund balance question that we have sitting in front of us. So, so anyhow, I'm glad we were able to just kind of flesh that out.
Yeah,
we'll talk about it again later. But thanks.
I think the conversation we had, in our meeting was let's not bog down the budget with this project. We know it's there, we know it's hanging out there, but we also have a county to operate. So
great.
Let's let everybody have their fair shake, and then let's look at these projects as they come forward.
I guess I had a comment or a question written after the discussion that we're having right now kind of answers that. Later today, we are still going to be talking about capital projects, and the big one is the court, $7 million. You have, the court has agreed, the judge has agreed to commit $1 million to that project for the first year. That's just going to be a very small part of what this is all going to cost. Can we, as we move forward, expect additional commitments, 24, 25 from the court?
For the record, Michael Montero, and thank you for the question. I thought that had kind of already been answered, but in planning for your retreat this year, I met with Mr. Mendiola, and we talked about 3 million over 3 years. And I was, I was supportive of that. But wanting the commission to recognize, though, that if we're looking at that ending fund balance starting to, significantly decline, that we'd revisit. Is it the CTX revenue that came to the court? We took that away some years ago to help a different project. So I think that our ending fund balance is maintained, seems, some health, even though we've taken away that CTX. That was probably 3-4 years ago, and now making a significant contribution towards this capital improvement. And I just have to be careful, though. This construction that we're talking about in the courthouse, we're only a third of it, if that. I mean, we're one part of it, because there's justice court, there's district court, and then there's the entryway. What's critical to me is that I have a functioning courtroom that will accommodate jury trials and room for my staff. I mean, that's what I'm most concerned about. Yes, I think the county does have concerns about that entryway. And yes, justice court has concerns about their courtroom. I have this, philosophical debate in my head. How much do I fund of, justice court's issues and, the county building issue out of the court ending fund balance?
And I guess my need to hear that is we don't know right now. Revenues have done better than expected, and I hope that continues. But what we're seeing with inflation, it could change a whole lot of things, not just the cost of operation, but just the cost of people doing business. We may not see other things going in this county like we have been because of the cost of construction and all that. So if our ending fund balance also diminishes, that's going to be an issue as where we're going. I hate to make a commitment now that we cannot follow through with. That worries me without raising revenue somewhere.
But Commissioner Chair, Mike Montero again for the record, I think one of the things that we need to be, at least I'm proud of, is we've been able to keep our courts functioning through all of this. Even with ADA issues, pandemic issues, our courts are open, and Humboldt County should, we should be thankful for that. I just got an email last Friday that they're finally opening some of the courts in Las Vegas to the public now. And we've been operating even without a jury box, even where we have to go to the Boys and Girls Club to start a jury trial, or the convention center. The community's really been helpful. I mean, they've been willing to do that so we can have jury trials, which in other counties, what they've done is they've done all the construction first so that then they can have a jury trial. They've renovated courtrooms in Las Vegas and Reno to, dollars that I would hate to even want to fathom, and then they'll have a jury trial. Heck, we cowboy up around here, I guess. I don't know what else to call it, and I'm proud of that. And so, you know what? If we don't get a new jury box for another 3 years, we're going to be fine. Business is still moving forward.
Well, and that's why with these groups, good planning and strategic group, and planning with our money, I think we're going to be just fine.
Well, I'm fully confident we'll get it fixed, but and a lot of that's on you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, but don't thank me yet. We're far from that day.
Well, it's tentative.
You'll thank me, you'll hate me, you'll thank me, you'll hate me. Anyway, we're good.
Yeah. Thanks for that. So, any additional questions on this item? Okay, we have a motion.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the tentatively approve the district court budget.
Motion on the floor. Is discussion on this motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're going to move on to the law library. 045.
For the record, Michael Montero, there's a lot of nostalgia here. I don't know how else to put it. The law library has gone through changes that maybe are unprecedented of any other part of the courthouse in recent years. We're not spending this entire balance. We've adjusted it downwards over the years. I don't know, call it nostalgia. I'm hesitant to, reduce it too much. We still have, the actual cost for, physical books is really diminished. We still maintain some subscriptions. A lot of it is now, virtual. I wanted to look at the history of the CASA and court-appointed special advocates this morning. So where do? I go to log onto my computer and look at the legislative history of 432B Section 500. I don't go pull a book off the shelf anymore, but I'd like to maintain some budget for it. Maybe one of these days I'll get over that historical nostalgia and we'll just get rid of this one, but I'm not there yet.
Okay, fair enough. Any questions for the judge? Motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve, tentatively approve the law library budget as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item D, which is a specialty court. This is Fund 208.
Judge Montero, for the record, specialty courts is kind of a packet of different budgets because we have budgets for adult drug court, DUI court, mental health court, family treatment court, and these all are primarily funded by grants and state funds in two different types of state funding. I really rely heavily on my staff to put together these budgets based on the current status of those grants and the like. I don't know if Gina Rackley would like to comment any more on specialty courts. It's always a bit of a challenge maybe to put these together, but I'm confident that they are what they are.
Thank you, Judge Montero. This is Gina Rackley, Comptroller. So we've worked with the staff in this department over the last couple of years and have really figured out that the easiest way to do this was to break this into 10 different departments. So that's why you see 10 different pages of this. And as Judge Montero mentioned, a lot of this is either funded by the state or grant funded. And by breaking this out, it helps them see that and match those expenses towards that revenue. It also helps me when I'm doing the drawdowns for the 3 major grants in this fund. I can clearly see it in one department. And I think it's really helped overall with the auditors. This was one of the areas you may remember a few years back where we would, hear some audit violations. And it was basically on lack of controls. They really didn't feel like we had controls. Breaking this out into 10 different departments, we now have mitigated that ongoing audit violation. So anyway, the total request for these are $1,759,296. And as Judge Montero mentioned, this is grant funds or state funded.
There may be some client funds.
And client funds.
And client
yes.
funds. I'd be able to mention that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, anybody have any specific questions having to do with those 10 funds? Okay, motion?
I'll make a motion. We're on a break. This Commissioner Hill, I would make a motion that we approve the specialty court, tentatively approve the specialty court budget.
Have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Great.
Really want to thank you all. I'm willing to come back for later discussion on this capital improvement if you'd like me to, or look forward to maybe future meetings where those discussions occur. So
You'll be invited.
thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Top of the list. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks, Pauline.
Okay, you're going to move on to item 14, which is the general fund. This is 100. Break it out 001, which is the commissioner's budget. Tab 8.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Dave Mendiola for the record. This fund, as you can see, is just up 0.76%, about $2,575. And of course, that's kind of an adjustment. Primarily, you as an outgoing termed out commissioner, you were at a higher rate of pay since you've been here a long time. So that goes down. The new individual who comes in would be at a lower rate of pay. So it's kind of a blend of that. And, we did on travel and training, made a little bit of an adjustment there because you've been a major traveler. Although we haven't really used all of it, I did go down on that fund just a little bit. But other than that, like I say, it's $2,500 difference. Pretty simple one.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Gina, on above there, class 51, the PERS and the compensated absences, are those transposed?
Yes, they are. Yep.
Okay.
That it should, all those should be moved down one line. Thank you. I'll get those fixed.
Move down.
Yeah, because you wouldn't get any compensated absences.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right.
And the 4,100 then would go under social security.
Correct. Those bottom three, the 29,200, 2,400, and 4,100, I'll move those all down one line.
Dave, does the PERS contribution, did you calculate that in based on, obviously when I leave office, the county doesn't contribute any PERS on my behalf because of my retirement status. That doesn't necessarily mean that the person who wins the seat will have that requirement maybe in that position.
I think Gina could answer that, but we factor it in, I believe, Gina, correct? And then if that happens, then we would adjust.
Yeah.
The payroll projection system just went ahead and it included you in there for that full amount. So I just I left it there. There's about a $6,000 difference. And then that way, if the new person comes in and then they would be eligible for PERS, there's that $6,000
Still sits there.
So yeah, it's there
Okay, great.
in either salary or benefits, which is
Great. Okay, any further discussion? Motion?
Motion to approve the commissioner's budget 001, tentatively as presented.
Motion on the floor. Any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Move on to administration 002.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Mendiola. So this is the county manager's budget. This is down by just 7%, 6.89%, 44,684. And this is primarily a result of Jan Morrison's, whose wages and benefits were in my calculation for the current year. And then what's happened since we did establish the new Regional Development Authority as a combination with Pershing County, that those costs have now been transferred to that fund. And if you recall, we both, the city and the county, pay for that budget, for the salary and benefits for Jan, and whoever her replacement will be. As we know, Jan is going to be retiring here fairly soon. So this one's down, like say, 44,000. It's primarily because of that. There is an additional reduction I think we can make. Went back through it again last week. And travel and training, we really haven't used that much We could go down 5,000 and the phone, it shouldn't have been in there anyway. That's $600 unless that's changed.
There's that cell phone expense.
Oh, that's under cell phone.
That's what the charges that have been on that, I believe.
Okay, I'm trying to figure, oh, that's right, because we do have, right, we had a couple people using cell phones on that, yeah. Okay. So, but travel and training can go down. I don't see us doing much with that.
Okay. Any questions? Looking at it?
Right, if you're suggesting we drop traveling,
Not drop it completely. I think I just reduced it.
you did reduce it? Or
No, I'm just saying we could. So it's currently at 18,200. If we go down by 5,000, so that would reduce it to 603,487.
travel would be 13?
Correct. Be 13,200.
Okay. Any questions, anybody? With that, so with incorporating that reduction, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we tentatively approve the administration budget 002 with the reduction of travel and training down to $13,200.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, going to move on to item 014, which is personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take this one as well. So this is a budget that stays pretty much the same, 37,500 in personnel. The major thing that we use this for, as you can tell on your detail page, is for the wellness program that we have. That's currently $17,000 of that. As you can see, at the very end of the year is when we actually pay out all the bonuses to individual employees who have participated in the wellness program by staying in shape and getting their doctor's appointments. And these kind of things we've found to be very successful in keeping our actual experiences in our healthcare plan down. So we've kept that all the same here. And as you can see, last year we spent about 15,752. So we're right at the 17,000.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that? Motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the personnel budget as presented.
Motion on the floor. Any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Move on to general government, 015.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Mendiola again for the record. This is other general government. So this particular one, as you can see by the budget breakout, it's kind of a catch-all for the county. And as you can see, we used for quite a few little different things here. One of them is like miscellaneous funds, professional services, and that comes under like our consultants, all of the consultants that we engage with during the course of the year, whether it's land use issues or water issues or those kind of things. We have budgeted items for that. This is also where we pay for our insurance through the pool. And that annual, you'll see that that's almost all of it's come out, I think, at this point in time. So one of the things about this one, it also includes, if you'll notice at the very bottom under contingency, by law, we're required to keep $350,000 in contingency for unexpected things. And so that's always in there. As you can see, we've not spent it for the time I've been here. And so again, this is one, when I first was the county manager, I think it was a little over $2 million. And so we would never spend more than 30% of it or so. So I've slowly kind of ratcheted that down with the idea that I wanted to still have enough money in case we did have a big emergency. Something happened, we'd have money and a place to go for it. And that's what this is for. And this one, we usually spend about 60% of this budget.
Okay. We don't see anything in the horizon that's over and above what we've seen in the past then.
No.
I did see a few of those in there, Dave, that, you've got 893207 in one of them under postage, and you just projected 8,000. And the 893207 would be only 9 months out of the year already.
Right.
So you might look at that one. I just went through them and kind of looked at that just to see where you were at, you know, with them. And there was a few more on there that Humboldt River Basin circled. Because I took the 10,924 and I projected the year, so I've got 3 more months due to that, and you've got 50,000 on that one. And that seems to be a bit much, you know, put in the budget, but like you said, if you're only spending a portion of it.
Right, and you know, that's one of those ones where, like this year is probably a pretty good example where the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority decided to do cloud seeding. And so they came up with a number of $3,500. 50,000 is, I think we also are the pass-through county for all of that. So all the money comes into the county, Gina collects it, and then we pay their bills through that as well. So that's part of what you're seeing. Some of these are delayed billings that could come.
Well, another thing is that now that you mentioned the cloud seeding, you know, it was on the agenda, we approved it.
Yep.
You said we had the money. Well, I'm finding where these monies are coming from, which is a good thing. A good thing for me is I understand it better.
Yeah, and like I said, this is one that I really felt strongly about 6-7 years ago, that I had way too much money in this budget, and it truly was over budgeted. And so we've brought it down by about $600,000-700,000, and we still have enough money to do what we need to do. But I do, you know, like one of the things, back to your question about postage, I don't really, me personally, I don't worry about a line item being over a few $1,000s here or there. If I see it with consistency, 10,000 or more, then I'll make adjustments to that. But in the end, I worry about that bottom line. And so, like I said, they usually balance out. You'll notice in that same budget, you know, that you had, it was minus 6,700. So we spent a little bit more, but I just don't worry too much about that. But again, this is one where, yeah, you could save some money on paper, but I don't think it really does you any good. This ends up going back to the ending fund balance.
The questions I'm asking today, a lot of it'll be just for verification that I know what I'm looking at.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the question, because I think it's to me, it's a budget that I've always, it's interesting because as things come in, we make decisions in the middle of the year, something comes up. One of your first questions is always, Dave, do we have the money? And to me, if it's an important enough project, yeah, we do. Right here is where I would go to it, usually.
Okay.
One of the line items that I've seen that we've under budgeted on, looks like continually here, is professional services.
Yep.
There should probably be some, even though the bottom line is we're still staying in our budget there.
Yep.
Maybe we had to do some adjustments, make that more accurate, realistic.
I think those professional services contracts though, and I think we've been real fortunate on, and I'm thinking about RCI and Andy Reber knows, and those folks have never really responded to the inflationary thing at all. And they're still we're still paying them at a rate that's what they had, 4 or 5 years ago. So, yeah. So we probably need to think about that as a result. You know, it's that's probably we're going to probably see an increase there as well. I mean, their cost expenditures have gone up just like ours have, so. So it's probably realistic to actually respond to that along that line. I actually had a note to that effect as well on this, so.
We take a 5-minute break.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that's a good point. So I can easily adjust that and probably keep it the same. So.
Yeah. Okay. Any additional questions, comments? Motions?
Motion to approve other general government 015 tentatively as presented.
Motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We take a break.
You want to take a break? Okay. We're going to take 5 minutes. Thank you. I know one thing we're missing. Coffee pot.
Yeah.
Morning. Morning. A quick question for you. I'm working on Denny's position change. This whole was Is it the same?
Yeah.
Coming out of
Out of what? That is indigent.
Oh, it is? Okay,
Mhm.
great.
Yeah.
Just wanna confirm.
Yep.
Jenny. Is she back?
black flies as well. You know, they're probably black flies will be short too. Okay, so any additional discussion? Motion?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the insect control budget as presented.
Motion on the floor. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, we're going to move on to intergovernmental. This is account 086. Okay, you handle that?
I'll take this one.
Okay.
So these are the account numbers, other than the legal assistance collect, but these are all pieces of the city-county cost-shared agreement. And so we're working, Alicia Heiser and I are working right now on getting that ready for this year. So these amounts may change. So I just used the same amount from last year. And you'll notice it's the same 675,000 as the year before as well.
So you anticipating any major changes there in your discussion so far?
We're just now beginning the discussions on that, so I haven't seen any of Alicia's numbers. The city had their tentative budget meeting, I believe, last Thursday or last week, someday. And so we might have those numbers this week from her.
Okay, so in the process of approving this tentative budget, then do you see a problem with us approving it at 675 and then having an issue?
Oh, no. If any of the changes that we make, we'll bring these back before you guys adopt the final budget in May.
Okay, all right.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the intergovernmental budget as written.
Motion on the floor. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to the final item is the Emergency Management Fund, which is 036.
And I'll take that, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So this is one that, as you know, we've established a new emergency manager budget. And this was historically under LEPC, Local Emergency Planning Committee. And so one of the big changes here, of course, Carol Lynn, we brought on in a part-time position. So her budget, and she does have medical benefits under that. And so that's in here. And so that's gone up. You'll see it's a 36% increase, but that's primarily it right there is her budget, that $33,400. Some of that money gets offset by grant funding. So that helps us as well. And so that's essentially what this budget is here. And there's a few other things that we put in there for her. We are thinking about a vehicle for her. That one is not in here right now. We think we've got some options with some other used vehicles that are out there that she can use for a while. So at least for internal and things like that. But so that's the major change on that.
Okay, anybody have any questions, concerns, comments on 036?
Motion to approve 036 emergency management as tentatively as presented.
Motion on the floor. Any additional discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, move on to item 15, which is RDA Fund 220 and Human Services Fund 201, 211. Item A is the 9580 RDA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Mendiola again. As you know, we made a big change here. We went to the Regional Development Authority, which was approved by the Governor's Office of Economic Development. And this one also, I mentioned earlier in the county manager's budget that did have Jan Morrison's wages and salaries in it. That has been transferred over to this budget. And so that's why you see such a large percentage change here. Is in here. Also, there's a pass-through here that goes to Pershing County. We get $110,000 from the Governor's Office of Economic Development. 55 of that is for Humboldt County, 55 is for Pershing County. So that's a part of this. We will have to pay out $55,000 to Pershing County. So just be aware of that. And of course, this one, let me find out who's talking here. And I don't see anything. There it is. All right, so, but also on that, 50% of the costs for the wages and benefits comes from the city as well. So, like I say, not that full amount doesn't include that. So when you figure that out, it's a very small budget essentially. And that over time may grow just as Carol is very aggressive. She's out there working with all the fire departments, districts, and as well as the RFPAs and pretty much everybody. So if it grows, it'll grow for good reasons, that we're trying to pull in some of the services that have been handled by different organizations in our community, and it'll try to come under that so it's a little more organized and easily accessible. That's the goal.
Okay. Have any additional questions on that item? Motion?
Motion to approve the 9580 RDA budget tentatively as presented.
Okay, motion on the floor, discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item B, which is human services. First item under human services, indigent services, which is number 201.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Mendiola. So this one has now kind of come under, not kind of, but it has come under the Human Services Department that we've now established. And of course, with that came the new salary ranges and benefits for both the Human Services Director as well as the assistant, whose position Abel made mention that we might make some changes to that. It was recommended to us by Churchill County that instead of making it an assistant or a public guardian, that we might change it a little bit to reflect a little different job they're going to do. It'll still be public guardian work, but maybe some other things which could save us some money on that front. But so anyway, we're looking at that right now, trying to figure out what makes the most sense. And of course, the other goal, as you know, and you heard earlier, is that the goal was to get the Human Services Director hired and allow that individual to decide who they wanted as their assistant and in what capacity, which is what we're going to have at this time. Denny will be looking at that job description to find out, what makes sense as we currently are organized and what might make sense for the future. So we'll look at that as well. But that's the reason that this one is up in budget a little bit, is those new salary positions.
Okay, so should we handle indigent services as well as indigent medical on the same motion?
Separate.
Separate motions, Commissioner. They're two different funds.
Yeah, this is the
got
first
it.
one.
Okay.
This is indigent services. I'm sorry.
Got it. Yeah, you're right. 201 versus 211. Okay, so we have any additional
Mr.
comments,
Chair?
discussions?
Dave, this one I had some problems because I questioned this and that, and I went back to 2022 budget, and it said that the budget on last year's budget was 581, 220, and you've got 705, 495. So that would be, an increase of 29, almost 30%, 247, 720.
So you're looking at which year, excuse me?
Okay, well, I went back, same as we did with all the rest of the 2022 budget.
Okay, so I'm just showing you on mine, it's 705,495. So I'm not sure.
I'm not either. I went back.
2021 was 52106.
Yeah, 2 years ago. And I think the main reason for that large amount was just the additional amount of indigent services that is now happening in our
Well, you haven't been busy. I don't know what you would want to increase it for.
Yeah, nobody was more happy than that appointment this morning than me.
I noticed.
The largest expenditure out of this fund is the convalescent care, and I know Tammy probably doesn't want to speak to it, but she gets to anyway. This is definitely another area that we are seeing increased costs in every single year. You'll see that amount needed to be raised for this year up to 261, 250.
I don't have a problem with this. It just, I looked at that, maybe I was cross-eyed, but I looked at that several times. I'll look again tonight after I get back.
Comptroller Rackley is correct. The long-term care, the convalescent care is probably one of the largest expenditures out of this, which is actually offset by the IAF refund that we've gotten over the last 3 years. I think now it comes into an income account as opposed to the expense. We've also seen an increase because we have over time been reconfiguring this entire department. We moved it out of the jail, which into an office because there were issues with using the jail facility for this program. So there have been overhead costs that have occurred. But in order to bring this department into what it needs to be currently, those are costs that we're going to have to shoulder.
And the overall program is expanded as well. We're seeing an expansion in the IAF money coming back to us as well. I mean, looks like there's gonna be a pretty good expansion for this year. So hopefully it'll be kind of proportional, you know, in terms of what we can collect on that end of it. So.
Mr. Chair, David, I didn't understand. Did you say that you have the assistant salary included in this budget or not?
Yeah, it should be. Let me look at the back page here.
Yeah, if you turn the page one more where I broke down the employees, even though they're both vacant, we have 89,361.17 for the actual human services director, and then 44,680 for the public guardian, or as Dave mentioned, additional duties as assigned.
And that's 134,000. Okay.
Any additional questions? Okay. Have a motion for Fund 211? 201? I'm struggling with that. You gathered?
This is Commissioner Hill. I would make a motion that we tentatively approve the account 201 indigent services.
Okay, a motion on the floor. Discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Move on to indigent medical, Fund 211.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one's down just 2%, about $20,000. And this one there's two line items that get affected. Or was that on the other one, services? It's on both, that's right. Yeah, this is the rollover. So by state statute, we do have to increase some of these line items about 4.5%. Just to have enough money in there to cover some of these services that are provided. So, and you'll see that under the state indigent. And but again, this one is pretty much where it was last year.
Okay. Discussion? Motion?
I'd make a motion that we tentatively approve the account 211 indigent medical.
Motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Go on to item 16, which is the clerk, 004. And we'll start with the clerk, 004, and then we'll follow that with elections, 003.
The budget is actually down due to my staffing changes. I have done some increases within the budget. Services and supplies has increased a bit just because of the overall cost of product, including paper. I have increased my travel and training line item for newer employees to hopefully be able to attend training. Once we get bodies in, it would be nice. We've not done training at a state level for a number of years because of lack of staffing. So we are planning on that. And then the bookbinding and repair, which is the protection of some of our older records. The costs for that have went up greatly. And so I've increased that to pay for one book, which in this case for the 2022-2023 fiscal year will be the last of our immigration and naturalization records from the 1900s.
Okay. Guys have any questions for the clerks? Okay.
I guess I had one thought. The elections this year, since you're on the ballot and you have a running mate, will you have to hire somebody else to do these elections?
No, you will not see me, at least to the best of my ability. I am the constitutional officer in charge of elections, so I do have responsibilities I must do. But overall, my intention would be I will do the courts and the commission. And so Judge Montero gets to see me a lot more than he does because my staff will be running the elections. We may see once we aren't actually on the election budget, but we may see an increase in costs related to poll workers just because of an overall need to cover the hours of early voting and everything. So we are looking at bringing actual poll workers in to assist with that.
Any additional questions for the clerk? Budget. Motion?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the clerk budget as presented.
Motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. We'll go to elections 003.
And we basically leave the standard amount in there. It's usually sufficient to cover, especially if once we see the reimbursement from the state on the costs they cover. If worst case scenario, there is a cost increase, then we would work with the comptroller for augmentation purposes, but it's sort of standard. In the current budget cycle that we have, your first budget is the primary, the next year is the general. We will see a difference in that in 2024 because we now have the presidential preference primary. So we will be carrying 2 elections in that third budget out for us. So.
Okay. Any questions on that? Questions on the budget?
Motion to tentatively approve the election budget 003 as presented.
Motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Going to item 17, which is the treasurer, 005. Morning, Rona.
Good morning. Rona Leckenberry, Humboldt County Treasurer. My budget is pretty straightforward usually every year. This year it's down just over 5%, and that's due mainly to salaries. If you remember last year we came forward, we were going to ask for a part-time person to share with the comptroller. We're not asking for that this year. So with the projected COLA and merits and then the reduction of that salary, that's the main difference in my budget. There was one line item that did increase, and that was just postage, because we've had more postage increases from the Postal Service. So that's where I'm sitting right now. I did keep banking fees in the budget this year, even though we paid out $127.54 for last year. But with interest rates rising, I'll be pulling more cash out of the bank and investing it because we're going to get a higher return on that than we will having it sitting in the bank. So I did leave banking fees in there in the budget this year.
Okay. I had a question on this budget. The question was that half-time employee.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was in the comptroller's budget.
Half in the comptroller, half in the treasurer. It was a split position.
But you kept the half in your budget?
No, I took it out of mine as well.
Oh, okay, I thought I saw it in there. That was
Yeah. I was just going to make her pay for it. No.
No and no. Okay. Do you have any additional questions? Motions?
Motion to approve tentatively treasurer's budget 005 as presented.
Motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor, excuse me, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 18, which is recorder. It'd be 100-006. Fund first.
Good morning, Commissioners. Debbie Engstrom, Humboldt County Recorder. So the budget is pretty much unchanged. I reduced where I could, which was really just 3 areas, services and supplies a little bit. We had a fund for mining maps that's been there for 100 years and we never use it. So I took that out. It's, if we have any mining related expenses, we usually use either our recording system or the technology money we have. So we've just never had a need for it. And actually, Marianne never used that either. So that's been a long time. And then I reduced the index retrieval system, which is our recording system, by about $10,000. We were keeping that kind of padded a little bit because there was some outlying things they needed to do, but that's pretty much been resolved. And so I think that's pretty reasonable for that. And then the reason my budget went up was I have a project, and I think I sent some backup on from this company, CoFile, to do some scanning of records that we have in our vault. They're in what they call cans. And they're, I don't know if you have, you should have a list of, I mean, they're just really old. What they would do is they actually kept those documents on record. So they're folded up and they're stored in these cans, and they're brittle and they're not backed up at all. There's no photograph of them, no scan, no nothing. Now, granted, they're not something we get into a lot, but we can. And when we do, sometimes it can be really important. I've had title companies find something in there that they didn't even know existed, and it was helpful. So that's kind of one of the reasons we've never really taken on that project, but this is also part of my technology report. So $5 of every document we record goes into a fund for the recorder's office technology, and it's only to be used for technology in our office. So typically we haven't spent much out of that. Kind of going through with Gina some of our, how it's accumulated through the years. I'm guessing there's around 175,000 in there. This project that I'm talking about doing is about 87,000. So again, what they would do is they would take those out, they would film them, they'd put them back in boxes to store, and then we would have the digital images available. If anybody wants to look, they don't have to go try to open those up. And again, I was going to say there's chattel mortgages, some IRS liens, sheriff certificates of sales, some Liz pendants, OPEX, probate orders, articles of incorporation, and some of these are just really, really old. So that's what I'm hoping to be able to do with technology, with a big chunk of the technology money this year. But other than that, everything else is.
Can I add to this too? You'll notice that I have budgeted at Recorder Ingstrom's full salary. At the time I did the payroll projection, I did not know that Debbie was not going to be running for re-election. So this salary, or the salary projections, includes her at the higher salary for the full year. So obviously we'll see a reduction in salaries and benefits, probably about $11,000, $12,000 for the half of the year between Debbie and the new recorder.
Thanks for the upgrade on that. Any additional questions for the recorder? How about a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the recorder budget 100-006 as presented.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And should we be doing the technology fund now, or was that part of the, that was,
In her case, it's part of
is
her.
part of
budget.
the 006 part of it?
Yeah, it's the way that statute was written. In some, it specifically says separate fund needs to be created. In this case, we record it into the general fund, but we've tracked it, so we know how much of that is set aside for
So
recorder
this motion
technology.
covers her technology?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thanks. So we'll move on to item 19, which is the comptroller.
As we discussed earlier with Treasurer Luckenberry, I did not include in my budget this year for that part-time position, or the full-time position to be split part-time between the two departments. So that actually results in a reduction for my department's budget of 1.87%. I've left everything else the same. You know, we keep in the audit expense about 120,000. I have not received Andre's final billing, but I imagine it's going to be, you know, slightly higher than last year of 104, but we're still fine within 120,000 for all of the audits.
Okay, any discussions, questions? On item A, comptroller auditor 100-010. Motion?
Motion to approve the comptroller auditor budget 100-010 as presented.
Motion on the floor, discussion?
I forgot tentatively.
I thought you had a question.
Okay, tentative.
Okay, now we got that cleared up.
Yeah.
So lost where I was at. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go to rural streetlights, 100-051.
Thanks, Commissioners. Again, we've just left this at the 40,000. I really was not sure with the additional new streets that we've taken on if this will go up, but as you can see, there's plenty enough room in the budget. By leaving it at 40,000, we typically have been right at about 20,000. We are seeing a little bit of increase in cost, so that will probably be higher than that this next year. But in the event that we do have additional lights that we need to bring on, we've got that in the budget to cover.
Good. Okay. Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the rural streetlights budget.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item C, which is public health nurse, 100-060.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take this one. Of course, as you know, we do have a public health nurse, and this budget reflects the cost associated with that. The actual healthcare's salary and wages are covered by the state. She is a state employee. As you'll see there, the salaries are about $2,400. So we do pick up some costs associated with that. But the majority of this, you know, comes from things that the health nurse does, like tuberculosis shots and different things like that, pandemic, all these kind of things, the cost for them to do those kinds of things. I put one part here, is the salaries per the agreement, and the office lease is also in there. So of course, they're right in that complex there where Dr. Stringham is and our human services. So we do pay that cost as well.
So we pay $2,400 as part of the salary package to the state? Is that what we do?
That's actually for Nancy Johnson. She serves as our health registrar, so she gets paid $200 a month for signing off on the death certificates. But I think that may be duplicated because that's also included in the 52030. So we can remove that top 2,400 out of there.
Okay. Okay, anybody have any additional questions on that? Motion?
Make a motion to tentatively approve the public health nurse budget as presented. Oh,
yeah.
Minus the 2,400 for under salaries.
That's correct.
Okay. The motion on the floor. Any additional discussion on the motion? Changes? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, item D, which is culture recreation, that's 100-071.
So there is no budget for other culture and recreation. Several years ago, we used to pay the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service $2,500 annually for the Virgin Valley Campground. In fiscal year 2016, they did not cash the check, and because they stated that they weren't sure what it was for. So at that time, it was decided that we would discontinue sending that $2,500 until somebody spoke up and asked where it was, and we have not heard a thing since. So there is no budget here.
Can it
I'm
go
wondering-
away?
What's that?
What?
Can it go away?
That's what I asked.
You know, we could, but then we would have to redevelop the department if and when they brought that back, or put a line item like in other general government or something like that.
Or we could tell them to pound sand when
Yeah.
they bring it back.
Or we could. We could.
Because if you recall, I asked that question, like, where did that come from? But, they
Yes,
didn't-
I do.
They didn't know either. So.
No, they didn't.
Well, it's Commissioner Hill, I guess this is the second year I've seen this in here. This just seems like a waste of resources and a waste of paper and a waste of our time to continue to bring up something that we're not even funding.
I would think that thank you, Commissioner Hill. I think for purposes of the record, it's good to put it into the budget minutes. So in 20 years from now, when none of us are here, and if this comes back up, then it's documented in the minutes that this was brought before the board.
I guess maybe I should do a little bit of research on the history of how this came about, but yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay. So we don't have a budget.
Is that
There-
do we need that?
I don't believe you even have to take an action. I just think that it's better to have it in the minutes. So if that research is ever done in the future.
Okay, so we won't have to worry about a motion on that one. Going to go to item E, which is community support, 100-080.
So these items in here that we have, of course, you know, you have the fire protection agreement that comes before you each year, but the senior settlement, the museum settlement, those are the pieces that come off of the property taxes. So each month we collect that revenue and send that to them, what is collected. And then we've got the senior transportation grant. Again, that's a grant that we are the pass-through entity for. So we receive that money and then forward it to the senior center.
Okay, any questions on that? About a motion?
I have one question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So Dave, we are seeing a decrease in our fire protection because we haven't had any fires, huh?
I'm not sure, is that just money coming in?
No, that,
Or that
so
we haven't paid out?
let me look
Isn't
here.
that the
the
money we
detail.
pay NDF? No.
I don't think so, no.
That's the money that we do pay NDF, and we've paid the first 3 installments. So we'll have one more for this fiscal year, but we'll be under the
Oh, I see
200,000.
what you're talking about up here.
Oh, so you have another installment.
Yeah, I think you should be able to see on your screen. I don't know, maybe you can't because it jumped over. So yeah, we've paid 3 installments, and so we paid out 104,967. We'll have an additional one. It'll be probably right around $35,000.
What is the NDOW grant $131,000 that we paid this year, but you didn't budget last year.
That money is received from NDOW and then passed through to the shooting range.
Oh,
And again, grants are an automatic augment. So we don't know at this time if anything like that will be happening. And so once we do, that'll be an augment on its own.
So any of that money that Kent has applied for under that Pittman Robertson money with Endow comes through here, through us, so. Okay. Okay, any additional questions? Motion?
motion to tentatively approve the community support budget for 2022, 23.
We have a motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item F is stabilization fund.
So as in your budgets, I included the statute that states how much can be put in the stabilization fund, and it cannot exceed 10% of the expenditures of the general fund. So the amount that we do and have had since 2010 in the stabilization fund is $1,050,843. I did run the prior 5-year fiscal year expenditures for the general fund, and we could raise this if you want to. But again, that money can only be used if a natural disaster occurred and for nothing else. I know Commissioner Tipton, you looked into possibly using this fund, say we didn't get any of the coronavirus relief money to help us with that, and could we have used this? And I believe you were told no. Was that right? Because we were talking about possibly raising what we had in that, but.
A question I'd have here, would this money be able to be used for, if you had some sort of a disaster to pay your insurance?
You know, it doesn't really state, other than it can't be used for anything else but a natural disaster. The board would have to declare that the natural disaster occurred within the jurisdiction, and any emergency measures undertaken to save lives, protect public health and safety, or protect property within the jurisdiction. So it's fairly vague.
So my curiosity is, like, on a deductible, would it cover large? Do we have a large deductible on our insurance policies?
I wouldn't call it a large one, but significant, I guess, but not terribly large for considering the size and all that. But that's a good question.
It is, you know, Nye County recently, they had some flash floods that did quite a bit of damage to their county facilities, and they had to actually close for a while because they weren't occupiable. So something like that possibly. I do know PullPact has helped offset some of those costs for Nye County.
I keep thinking about that, and I've brought it up several times, but you look back at the history of this county, and we're past due for a significant earthquake on a fault line.
Are you jinxing us?
And I just wonder on a deductible on our insurance policies that just cover that.
Be one worth looking into for sure.
I will follow up. I don't.
Okay, so any additional questions having to do with the stabilization fund? Motion?
Make a motion to tentatively approve the stabilization fund as presented.
Motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item G, which is genetic marker. It's Fund 213.
Sorry, I thought I had that in my report here. So in your budget worksheets, I printed both the revenue and the expenditures on this so that you can see that this is truly an in and an out. Every time that someone is receiving a citation for a felony, it's a $150 fine, and for misdemeanors or traffic violations, can't remember what the fine is. It's quite a bit less. Anyway, that money's received monthly and then paid out directly to the Washoe County Crime Lab every month. So it's an in and an out.
Okay. Okay, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, we haven't got a motion yet. I'm jumping through that one quick.
Tentative motion.
Jeanette.
Tentative motion to approve the
Got it.
kinetic market testing.
Okay, so that'd be item 213. Right. Okay, now, do we have any additional comment on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. H is unemployment compensation.
I've left the unemployment compensation at $50,000. Fortunately, we have not had very many of our employees leave service, or if they did, they've done it because they have other jobs, so they haven't filed for unemployment. We only have one former employee who did collect a minimal amount this current fiscal year, $3,864. So anyway, I've left that at 50,000 just because who knows how many employees we may have that may file for unemployment, but it's been pretty minimal.
Okay. I had a quick question on that. I know when 2020, when the pandemic hit, there was quite a fraudulent run on unemployment claims on the county. How did that resolve itself?
So the bills that we receive them quarterly from the DETR, from the Department of Employment and Training and Rehabilitation. Anyway, they showed these huge bills showing where they had paid out all this money, but only one of those employees, as you see, qualified for us to reimburse. The employee that I spoke to at DETR said that they use coronavirus relief funds to cover all of that. But I told them I filled out forms on every single one of those employees, the employer response form, and they basically said, well, you're not getting billed for it. I don't know why you're so concerned, but I was concerned as a taxpayer, which anyway, then recently, just last week, we did learn that one of our employees has received a bill from DETR asking that the funds be returned. That employee did not receive any of these funds. That employee stayed actively employed by Humboldt County during that period of time. So my office is working with that employee and to try to get this taken care of. He should not have to pay this back. We showed copies and proof even where he had gone down to the Winnemucca Police Department and filed a identity theft claim, as well as proof that we covered our employees because we didn't know where they were stealing the data from. As you remember, we paid for 1 year worth of identity theft coverage for our employees. So hopefully that gets worked out.
Okay, yeah, I was just kind of curious where that went. All right. H, unemployment compensation. So.
Sorry, we already did. Oh, sorry.
Oh, we still need a motion.
We haven't done the motion. Sorry.
Need a motion?
Yep.
I would make a motion that we tentatively approve the unemployment compensation count 214.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. I, which is payment in lieu of taxes, PILT 215.
I have left 1.9 million in again as what we are receiving. I did not put anything in the expenditures for the transfers to other funds. I figure we will probably wait for that until after we go through the road fund. He's got some large capital expenses in there that doesn't have the fund balance to pay, and of course, capital projects. So we'll probably have to come back to this one after you hear those budgets.
Okay. Okay, any questions on PILT? Okay. Motion?
And
250.
We want to just table it?
table it.
You want to table it then?
Yeah.
Table it. Got it.
Tabling it, sorry.
So we don't need a motion to table. So just go ahead. We'll table 215 then. Okay, J, which is compensated absences, 216.
Again, this is a fund where we pay when our employees leave service with Humboldt County, or once a year, we do allow employees to sell their sick leave to purchase per service credit. This is where those costs are paid for out of, because it would be difficult for a department to budget an unknown like compensated absences. So I've left this amount again at 175,000. So far, year to date, we've paid out 106,704. So I think that will be fine.
Okay. Any questions on compensated absences? Okay, any motion?
Make a motion to tentatively approve the compensated absences as number 216 as presented.
Okay, motion on the floor. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, item K, which is capital projects, Fund 301. Dave,
Okay. So the fun begins. Of course, this is one that does require a lot of brain damage pretty much every year. And as you can see, it's up 46.6%. As I mentioned in my budget message, that we have a lot of projects that we have over the last several years have been working on. Public safety's been going on for 5 or 6 years, of course. Courtroom renovations has been the latest and greatest. And the court entry between those two, that's 2.75 million. And then, of course, I've got 1.25 million in communications. That, as you recall, that will be either the McDermott Tower site if we get FAA clearance for that tower up there, or we'll move over to Double H and rebuild that site. And the good news about that is it looks really good. We haven't got anything inked yet, but it looks like NDOT is going to go in on that deal with us, unless Rick comes up here and tells us something different since last week. But that will be a big help because they're willing to put in a chunk of change. So that'll really help us save some money there. And then they'll.
The Double H one.
This is Double H, yeah. So we've got additional monies there. And again, the good news is if you chose to keep that at 1.25 million, then, and we did get that money back, some money back, let's say half of whatever we need up there. That would give us some additional monies to go elsewhere, maybe go back to McDermott, or just wait until the next year, whichever the case may be, which would then go back to that ending fund balance. Buildings and ground shop, of course, that's been on our radar for a couple of years. To me, that's still one of those ones that really needs to be done. It's a hazard down there. As you know, it's a paint shop, it's a welding shop, and every time they do that, fumes go right up into the courts. And it's a constant ongoing problem. So it's something we really do need to resolve. We do have, as you know, the properties up there at Bengachia Circle. And one of the things I'm going to be coming to you here fairly soon is as soon as we get the asbestos reports back, is to demolish those buildings up there so that we can go ahead and use that as a site. So that's something to keep in mind if that's what you still want to do, if that's the place you want to go. And there will be significant amount of civil work up there to level that off and also build a wall, a retaining wall there. But still, I think, again, I haven't looked recently at new properties around town, but you know, at the expense of real estate, my guess is we're not going to find anything anywhere near that to be able to put that building on. So, and then of course we have a couple other ones, the library bathroom ADA upgrades. Now, that work will start soon. You know, we finally got through all the issues with the getting that bid out and approved. I think all that paperwork's been signed off on. So I don't know when they're going to start that, but at this point, I can't imagine they're going to finish that bathroom before June because it's in the current budget, as you know. So I would be shocked if they got it done before June 30th. And that's why I've left it in here so that it would carry over. Again, if they do finish it by some chance, then we just saved well, we can reduce it by $281,000 that we'll have to spend next year. So that's a good thing. The library roof, we've got quite a number of library projects that need work, primarily at the main library here in town. This is one of them, the library roof for $79,000. And of course, we've had an ongoing detention, the adult detention bathroom renovation. We've got $200,000 set aside for that. We haven't done, by the way, our walkthrough of the detention facility this year, which we need to do. And you will see it's a disaster over there. Stuff's coming off the wall, paint. They've had a couple slips out there. And so we really need to fix this thing and get that done. So just so you know, those are the ones that I have in capital projects. And of course, there was one, at one point in time, we were hoping some ARPA funds could be used through the Supreme Court for the courtroom renovation. But I think all they had, they got $1.2 million to use for the whole state. So that's why Montero did talk to Justice Hardesty after your conversation with him, Commissioner French. And so in other words, even if they gave us all of it, it would be a drop in the bucket. But we told him we'd take all of it though. But in any case, you can imagine they might throw $100,000 at us or something. So, but obviously there's still the state treasurer's fund that we, you know, I think the process is starting to build now. Maybe we're going to be submitting here pretty soon, and we do, you know, we have that to go to. So the big thing I'm going to be working on, just so you know, over the next several weeks, is actually putting a funding matrix together. Rochelle and I have started that, and trying to figure out where the possible revenues can come from. And one of the things that, you know, again, I don't know that this is probably a good place to have that conversation, but maybe in a future meeting or a special meeting would be to have a discussion about public-private partnerships. You know, we've had those before us before when we were talking about the convention center rebuild. And they're pretty interesting because it's truly a private partnership, public. We put in some money, they put in some money, and then we pay the lease over a 30-year period, and it all comes back to the county at that time. Clark County's done a lot of this. It's been very successful down there. So it's something we may want to bring back some of those folks from Clark County, haven't talked to the commission about doing that. Might be something that we can do for whatever we do at the courtrooms, especially if we build a standalone building, and as well as the buildings and grounds piece. So we got many options there that we could do that.
I know Washoe County did the same, has done the same thing and very successfully. So they like it.
So I guess I'm not sure how to start the conversation other than, you know, I still think the courtroom, Judge Montero made kind of a comment there that, oh, we'll get along for another 3 years. I think that's a horrible idea. I know he was trying to be nice, but I think we got to move forward, even if it ends up being the standalone. Commissioner Hill has been an integral part of this. We, just so you know, we have on April 11th, CTA is going to come back with some preliminary drawings for a standalone building where we could put both justice court and district court in. And so they'll have some projected costs with that, so we'll know what that is. And also I have talked to them a little bit about the public-private partnership, and they've done those. So they have experience in that area. And so I think for a special meeting, we may want to come back and look at how do they work? What do they cost? How would we fund it internally? How would we make that mechanism work? And so that would be, but my personal opinion, we have to do something about this courtroom over here because it's untenable. That was the one thing that when we finally figured out that, I think somebody said it's like putting lipstick on a pig. We would get our 12-person jury and everybody would have to sit like this the entire time. The district court is already run out of room and we asked them to give up a little space. Almost impossible to get a fire escape in there. So even if we did it, we'd kind of be at the same place we are now. So it's going to be a bigger number. I mean, I think we talked, what, 15 million was the number that was thrown out possibly. But again, I think between maybe some ARPA funds and this private public partnership and some other things, maybe we can put something together that give you the confidence to move forward. So that's my thought on that one.
This is Commissioner Hill. I just have a comment. for the record, yeah, I have been a part of that, but one of my major concerns is the cost. Seeing these costs, triple and quadruple. So major concern is cost and where we find this funding. So we really need to get creative in trying to find the funding. And I think if we work hard enough and make enough connections that we can make it work. I don't know if it's going to be today or tomorrow or whatever, but I think if we plan it out strategically and come up with a good plan, and our major thought is to not waste money on any more money on trying to make that box over there bigger. That comes out at a lot of meetings. But we have a certain amount of square footage, and that's all we have. So no matter how we rearrange the furniture, it doesn't get any bigger. And we've rearranged it about 3 times now, and trying to utilize as much space as possible. And it's just, we're kind of at the point where it's not going to get any bigger, and we're really not going to meet the end result with that. So that's kind of what drove us to look other ways. But I just wanted to make that comment.
Dave, does that 1.75 mil under courtroom renovation include the transfer from judicial?
No, it does not.
That would be additional.
Yeah, that would be a separate deal.
I have another question on, and I know about the courthouse and a little bit about buildings and grounds, understand why that, but didn't we approve the detention center last year? Didn't we approve that 200,000 last year?
Yes.
Is this just a matter of probably like the projects that I'm involved with, probably not finding contractors, getting the engineering done and all that?
If it got finished this year, it'd come out of our current year's budget. If it gets finished next year, it'd come out of next year.
My question was, we approved that bathroom remodel at the detention center last year, and it's still coming before us. So my question was why it didn't get done, I guess.
Yeah, I think Enoch maybe might be a better guy to answer that question. But again, I just think it was a matter of just finding contractors and.
Well, yeah, and I completely understand.
So.
Hi, Commissioners. For record, Enoch Kaitan, Buildings and Grounds. Dave, if you remember, I approached this to you, and then you told me that because we have a lot of construction going on, we're not going to be able to fit all of them at once. So, so you suggest to me in that time, so we need to just put that in the side for right now, because in reality, you told me that we're not going to be able to do all this at once. So, but it's still in the budget.
Okay.
So that's why we never.
So this is just rolling over into the next budget.
Correct.
Yes.
I guess that begs the reason why I asked that. You look at these capital projects, and I wonder if we don't try to bite off a little too much in one year, and we can focus more on, 1 or 2 projects at a time versus 5 or 6.
Yeah, that was the bottom line that we, Dave and I decided to start with the court and a library and potentially maybe the entrance of the building.
Yeah, and I can understand from Dave's point of view, you get too many things going on and it just gets convoluted, and let's not get another entity involved until we get some solutions done on the 5 we have open. So,
yeah, but yeah, it's not out. It's still in the budget. So
I can respect that to a certain degree.
okay.
So obviously this is a priority issue in terms of how we're gonna line these out. But I'm curious as we really haven't factored in the reality of whether there's an infrastructure in place in terms of contractors in town that are even going to be able to make this feasible for us. I mean, your comment's a good one, Commissioner, with regard to, are we proposing a project that we know we can't complete this year? And just based on whether or not somebody's out there with a hammer,
Right.
As long as we're talking about priorities, though, I want to get this on the record right now. Regardless of how we do it, I think getting that wood shop / paint shop out of the basement of this courthouse is important. Because I really do think if we ever burn this building down, that's where it's going to start right there. And That's my gut feel. I've been saying this for years, and I really do think whether we build a building up the hill, and I know we're moving toward that right now, but I think that has to be a priority based on trying to get that building and grounds.
And I think we've done some very good work towards that this year, right? With the NEPA inspections and everything up on the hill with the ground that we're looking at. It's probably our best option. So we are moving forward. It's just there is a lot of stuff in the way before we can actually start pounding nails. And
yeah, I only say it as a matter of trying to set priorities and whatnot. I get the fact that everybody's been working at it. So,
but on that same note, we've started down this path with the courthouse. We've spent money. We've got CTA involved. So we really need to make a decision on that too. That we're going to bag the whole project, or we're going to actually make a commitment and figure out how to secure the funding and move forward with it.
Yeah. Yep. I can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So where are we with this, guys? I mean, are we thinking that we're going to roll these projects into the next budget, and what we get done, and what we don't, we don't? I mean, I really don't see the logic of pulling something out of here now that we've we've approved in the past. And only all that's really going to happen is they're going to get more expensive to complete.
It's not a huge surprise to me. I mean, we looked at these numbers last year, and it is expensive. I get it. It's a lot of money, but
yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to see us narrow a list down rather than, we had a list last year that overwhelmed us, and it only grew this year. We've added more to that list. Where our list gets longer and our money
It's shorter.
and we can't, we've got too many projects to spread this money around right now. My personal opinion is that we need to narrow our list down, pick our priorities. I mean, each one of these is important, but where can we start? We've got to start somewhere. It's shortage of money, shortage of contractors. We can't start all these projects because there's not enough contractors around here. So I think it would help Dave as well to narrow it down for him as this is the priorities.
I personally believe that that's kind of where we were going with some of that, was that I personally believe that we ought to, if those projects that roll into this budget, ought to be the ones that are that can't come to the surface on this. We ought to drive a stake in the heart of this thing and try to get those projects completed before we add any more to that, into that list. Am I wrong on that, or is it just opportunity related, or what do you, Jesse, you mentioned talked about the money we invested in, with CTA and whatnot over here, and a lot of the preliminary engineering getting for that project. We're now waiting for some more engineering on a standalone building out there. We've actually spent the money up on the hill in terms of the abatement on the asbestos abatement. I mean, we've moved significantly down the road to that, to making those projects complete. I personally think we ought to complete the projects that we actually have put that kind of effort and energy into prior to biting off another project. Am I wrong on that? Or?
I agree with, those thinkings. We've got the courthouse, we've got, buildings and grounds. I think that's probably budgeted a little high, $1 million for a building up there. I think that's probably a little high, but the bathroom at the detention center, I know that's something that needs to be done, but for some reason it's not being done. So, if we don't have any work involved in that at this point, do we put it off another year? Or, I don't.
About a year ago.
I don't see. Yeah, it's bad. It's just getting worse. So, I guess somebody can speak to that. That'd probably be a good. He's coming right up.
I think Chris is going to speak to that.
Wait a second.
I was waiting for him to come.
Yeah, Captain Chris Lininger for the record. I think it'd be a mistake to put off the bathrooms. I've been pushing for this, and I didn't know that there was pushback from anywhere else other than getting a contractor to do it. We're ready to get it done. It's not getting any better. We just had a fall in there again. So you're looking at your, what is your liability here? And the jail is your highest liability for the county. So the longer this project gets pushed out, and it's just going to get more expensive. I bet you that quote we got from last year is probably going to be close to another $100,000 the way these contractors are pushing for commercial properties. But they just stress that these bathrooms are not ADA compliance either. So we are out of compliance with these showers that need to be done in the tanks in our booking area.
Well, along with those thinkings, this list to me does not seem unattainable. It's, the courthouse is an animal that's going to take there's going to be some logistics there. To me, that 200,000, or maybe it's 400,000 now, but that's what I would consider an easy pick. I mean, that's something if we just dedicate and get somebody on it. I think that's something we can mark off our list fairly easily. There's not a lot of logistics to that. We're not moving buildings. We're not setting up temporary housing. We're not building a new building. That's a pretty easy pick to really do some good. The library roof, in my eyes, is a pretty easy pick too. It's a big project. It's a lot of money, but it's an easy pick. So, I don't, even buildings and grounds, really, if we buckle down, I think that's a fairly easy pick too to get that. And it is a new building, but I just don't see $1 million there. I don't know, depends on how we go, I guess. We build a pole barn, which just like what the county did up there with the road shop or something. If you build $1 million pole barn, it better be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, that's when it started at 1.5 million, I think. We took
Yeah, I
5
mean,
million out of it, so.
I see max 250,000 for a pole barn, but.
Yeah. So you thinking maybe we're keeping these projects as they sit right now, complete those projects that have some prospect for completion, such as what the sheriff's department's asking for in detention, library, that type of thing, and then moving forward with the next steps with regard to this renovation project over here. Obviously, we're not going to be, putting foundations in the ground this year, but we're certainly.
I think the courthouse project, although I believe we need to keep moving on it, we've spent a lot of money. We need to make a decision on that, but that's going to be a slow mover. That's not something we're going to by any means get done this year.
I think this could change this. You just hit on something that just occurred to me too, is that, with the matrix, the funding matrix that's coming out of county manager's office, this could change the dynamic of how we approach this, in this budget cycle. So leaving this the way it stands right now gives us the opportunity to make those decisions if the budget cycle comes in. If we have an opportunity to use a public-private partnership, for instance, on a large project like a court renovation or something along that line, and fit it within our budget down the road and get it done now, it might make a lot of sense for us to move that direction on that. So, maybe what we've just hit on here is keep this proposal together. Let's move down the road on it as best we can for this year, and then take a run at once we know what the funding matrix looks like on the really large projects. We might be in a position this year or in next year's budget to actually start talking about some of these bigger projects then.
On this courtroom remodel, would that not be suitable for the new fund that we want to put together?
It would be perfect for the new fund.
Yeah, because we're ways away from actually working on that, but we need to put money away for it.
Right.
That was going to be my suggestion, is that we could, if you so desire, go ahead and remove the courtroom renovation and the court entry and out of this budget. And when we establish that new fund, that will go into that will be the expenses is for that courtroom.
So do we move basically the 5.5 million that we've pretty much already approved for that, or we move that money with it?
So the 5.5 million is broken down. Dave's broken that down for you. So out of that, yeah. And then the other suggestion that I would have for you to consider is actually leading into the next item, and you guys can discuss this at that time. And that's the Building Reserve Fund, which is actually set up for purposes of buildings. So that's where you could move the new buildings and grounds building amount out of and take those out of capital projects. Would be a suggestion to consider.
Shouldn't the court go there too, though?
It could. The thing is, like we mentioned, on a new fund, when you set that money up, when you put money in, that's all it could be used for. Building reserve can be used for any building projects that are deemed. So it comes down to controls.
Can't we earmark it?
You could, but a future commission can unearmark it.
I think they could do it with the new fund too, though. I got one question for, it would help me, you know, I've said it a couple times that I don't think the money's there to do all these projects, but I don't know that. Tell me, where would the dollars come for all these projects? What, we've got a million committed from the courts, judicial side, for the renovation. That's for the court.
Mr. Chair, so I've kind of broken that down based on what I know, and Gina, please correct me if I'm incorrect here. So capital projects right now has about $2 million in its ending fund balance. Building reserve has $2 million. The general fund balance, if you took, we talked about this, I think it was Commissioner Haas brought this up after the audit, I believe it was. If we took some of that surplus that we had from last year and moved it. So if you took $1 million from that, and then 6 judicial districts with their $1 million, right there, you've got 6 million plus the administrative assessment fund, justice of the court of the peace. Lovelace has committed 350,000. So you got like $6.3 million, which kind of answers your question. I just tried to come up based on that funding matrix I was talking about. So there's $6 million that's out there. How you move it around and where Gina puts it would be up to you guys.
That's what I struggle with that too. My main concern is that we don't lose any ground on this courthouse project. You know, if we, and I'm completely for creating this fund. I think it would make more sense, but I don't want to lose the couple million that we approved already for that. So that was my main concern. The other thing with that fund is, you know, then we don't have money stashed here, money stashed here, money stashed there. We have an actual fund dedicated to that. And all Gina has to say is, yeah, you have $10 million in your earmark for your courthouse renovation. So it seems like it would make a lot more sense to all of us if we did have that fund versus trying to remember who is going to dedicate this. And, you know, Gina knows all that stuff, but we as commissioners, we don't remember all that.
Where does the money come from? I mean, we're already budgeting over what our revenues are. Where do we get money to put in a fund that we don't have?
Right.
We got to take it. You got to take it from somewhere to put it in this fund.
I think from all them areas that I talked about, that people that are that are dedicating, and then we got to make a commitment right here that we're going to save aside so much money for that fund.
You know, it's an incremental thing, you know, like if it was at the ranch or anything else. I
Can't
mean, if
pull
you're
it
going
out
to
of
build
a
a
hat.
big building and you're not looking at this year, you're looking obviously down the road and when you can fund it. But what I'm hearing here is that maybe what we need to do is commit those funds that are available right now into those accounts. And I think setting up a fund for something like the courthouse renovation makes perfect sense because we know without a doubt, whether it's in this year, next year, or the year, 4 years from now, we are going to build a court building of some sort, or renovate this one or
Right,
build
we're
something.
gonna.
So we know we're going to do something with that. No question. Supreme Court made sure of that. So if that's the case, let's start chipping away at that. And at the same time, let's start talking seriously about a matrix on that. Here's what I'm looking at. If it went from less than $6 million the first time we were talking about this to $9 million on this, I'm scared as the heck out of me to think about what it is today.
Oh yeah.
And so bottom line is it's it's almost like somebody trying to buy their first home right now. The run up in costs is outpacing our ability to raise the revenue. And it makes a lot of sense at that point to start talking about public-private partnerships at that point, because you drive a stake in the heart of that thing at that time. You set the cost from a revenue perspective with that partnership over a 30-year period. But at that time, what you've done is you stopped the bleeding with regard to the inflation on the costs of the building. So it's starting to make more and more sense to me. I'm one of the guys on this commission that always took pride in the fact that we didn't have any debt in this county. But at some point, it becomes counterproductive to do that, because if you can get your money if you can drive a stake in the heart of your money at 2.5% versus 9% down the road in terms of the inflation on the property and whatnot, it's money well spent. Especially on projects, that's on projects that are not a want, but are a need project, as far as I'm concerned. Anyhow, that's
So,
just my
Mr.
thoughts.
Chair, permission to answer, I think. So one other suggestion I would have is, last year we did have a pretty good FY 2021. You heard from Andre a few weeks ago, where actually our revenues were greater than our expenditures. So you can start chipping away and peeling that money out of the general fund. I know we've taken a lot of pride as a county and as you as a commission that ending fund in the general fund is very strong and solvent, but there's issues with letting that happen as well. You're not being a good steward of taxpayers' dollars if you're sitting on $17 million and not doing anything with that also. So we can start peeling that onion, if you will, and taking some of that money out of the general fund. And if it's not to establish this new fund, whatever the decision of the board is, we can start putting that money, setting it aside. And had we been doing that all along, we would probably be sitting on quite a bit of money. Yeah. Although that capital or that communication project was very expensive and pretty much dwindled that capital projects fund away. So
I also remember when I started, we had almost 18 million within 4 years, and the recession and stuff, we got down at one point to 13 or 14
correct.
million.
Yeah.
You can drop that
yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
And getting our reserves down to too much, scary to me. Because then you got to make tough decisions about laying people off, and cutting services, reducing services.
Yep. There's a dance. There's a fine dance involved with that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that if we're going to find it somewhere, I guess it's rather than put that money, we've got 17 or 18 million now in reserves. Take this year's reserves, do what we're talking about here, create this new fund, not knowing what we're going to have next year. There may or not be anything next year.
From a policy perspective, and I thought about this last cycle, when we were wondering about the net proceeds money. And there was a period of time we didn't use net, we didn't budget net proceeds because we were kind of worried about what that looked like. Last year it came in a lot stronger than we thought it was going to come in. And maybe from a policy perspective on this end of it, for instance, if we've got a $1.3 million end fund balance over and above the projection, maybe that money automatically rolls into the building fund. Maybe by perspective, if we have a projected net proceeds number and it comes in several $million stronger than we thought it did, rather than go, we got $2 extra million to deal with, maybe that by policy, we roll that into that building fund. In other words, let's recognize those funds when we are blessed with those stronger numbers coming in. Maybe that's the policy we need to follow, is to try to earmark that money immediately as opposed to chipping away at it as Mr. Cherry was talking about. Just a thought, but we had that happen last year. So maybe rather than the net proceeds, maybe we talk about end fund balance when we come in strong on an end fund balance and whatnot, that money immediately goes into our building fund.
It's a good idea.
Just a thought.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea.
I mean, it's nothing different than we do on our own budgets and whatnot.
Right.
We, I know, folks that are conservative with their money, that's exactly how they do it, but.
I'm also
Put it to
reluctant and worried about earmarking dollars for just something, because things come up that we don't anticipate,
Yep.
and we can't use that money for it.
In fact, I asked Gina that one, I think second year I was a commissioner, I asked that question, is what do we do, when we earmark money like that? If the wolves are at the door banging on the door, I know none of us here are interested in building a building as opposed at the expense of employees working in the county. How do you unwind that, I guess is what it boils down to.
Yeah, I don't, and maybe you would know, Mike, I don't know. But there might be a way. We might have to go through a process through this commission to declare some sort of financial emergency. I hate to use that word, but if it got to that point, to be able to revert those funds back out. But as Commissioner Hill has pointed out, we're going to have, you can't just keep moving the furniture around and create that to be bigger. We have a court issue. None of this is going to go away. So.
That's exactly.
But the flip side to that is if you have a strong ending fund balance with it not dedicated to nothing, people are going to start looking for it.
That's correct.
Well, to me, the courtroom remodel or build is a perfect one to set money aside to. Because we have that facing us one way or another. It's going to be facing us. How much, we don't know how much grant money we may be able to get for it. But we'll have to come up with some money. So
Sure.
that would be a perfect one to go into the new fund that we're talking about.
That'd be another one, the question, though, I think as part of this conversation, another question we need to answer is how do you unwind this? Under those circumstances, I think with those funds need to remain strong. I think you need, in that type of an account where you actually identify it, as Gina pointed out, I think they need to stay there. In a building fund, though, how do you unwind that? Is there a way of unwinding that if under a fiscal emergency? Just as a kind of a fail-safe, if we got ourselves down to $11 million end fund balance and we were starting to talk about reductions in workforce. But I think making the commitment on the front end, we talked about all of these things are important. There isn't any fluff in here. It's all important. And if that's the case, then I think we need to make that commitment one way or the other, whether it's $1 million here or $500,000 there, we need to make that commitment and earmark those projects and do those projects we can do. But it comes back to something I heard said here a while back, and that is that we don't raise taxes as commission to save it. In-fund balances are great, but we collect taxes to provide services and within the county, and that includes the ability for us to provide those services, whether it be infrastructure or not. So I think it's important for us from that standpoint to actually walk that line to where we're going, we're making decisions to build that infrastructure that allows us to provide those services. And I felt that when I first walked through the door here, when we were talking 18, 19, $20 million surplus within the county when I first came on commission. It bothered me that, here we are, we haven't reduced taxes at all. We're still collecting enough money to where we're still adding to the savings account. And I get the fact that, there's a reason for an end fund balance. You never burn through that. I mean, there's a reason for that. But where's that fine line? We obviously I think we've been frugal with regard to the money that we're spending, that we're entrusted with. But we also need to be, it comes down to, are we going to walk away from projects that are clearly causing damage to buildings, or we're going to accept the risk of a wood shop in the basement of our courthouse, those kinds of things. There's that fine line.
Yeah, they're all very valid projects in their own right. They all have their own.
Yeah. So is this a place where we talk about a policy shift? Is this, or are we just talking about a budget, or can we talk about how we're going, can we set a policy, for instance, or maybe direct our county manager to give us, to craft a policy for us at a later date to where we can pull excess dollars off the top of the budget into a building fund, for instance, but by policy, actually create a policy that way.
I don't know if we can do that right now, but I think.
I don't know if we can do that now, but is that something we could actually?
I don't believe we've have it properly agendized for discussion on a policy from standpoint of any budgetary designations that you're making today as far as next year's budget. I think that's clearly can be done. But
so basically though, for today then, if we kept this capital improvement list
We
together,
could tentatively approve it.
and then later visit a policy which all of us have a chance to think about for a while, to where we could actually start funding a building program.
Problem with tentatively approving the list that's in front of us, we know we can't do it. I would like to look at it and say, what can we do? Let's go ahead and get the worst of the worst out of the way. Get the building and grounds out of the basement. Maybe we should go down there and have lunch. I don't know when was the last time you guys were down there, but that one needs to be done.
Is that more of a priority though? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And then you've
have
got
reports.
priorities on this. The detention center is a priority. Library roof, if it's leaking, for 79,000, we better get it fixed now. And I'm not sure about the 281 for the ADA and all that stuff, how crucial that is.
That's in process now. Sorry, they're driving nails on that one right now.
Are they?
Well, we'll be soon, yeah.
Yeah, we got to complete
On
that
the
one.
roof too? Or just
I don't think
ADA?
so. I don't
No,
think
the
the roof's
roof, no.
happening right now, but I know the ADA thing, we approved that one in the past, so I think we probably just let that one run out.
For sure.
Fund it. So,
Yeah, fund it.
yeah, but I don't disagree with what you're saying, Commissioner Haas.
That's where you come to this and, oh my gosh, what do we do? Well, we did the same thing last year. What do we do? There's nothing on this list that doesn't need to be done, but I think we need to look at some priorities and just get out there and get it done. And
So we want to identify the priorities first on the ones we want to get done this year. And then maybe a category of those which are, that we could be looking at the funding matrix on one, or looking at funding it over a period of time
like you're
with a
saying,
policy like yours.
is put money away.
Yeah.
And we don't have the money available for all of that, and so instead of worrying about what we're going to do later, why don't we do what we can do out of this, and then let's look at it at a later date, different agenda. We'll see what we can put that money into, how we can make sure that it's there and get these other projects done.
Yeah. So maybe for today, and I'm thinking out loud here, Tom, so for maybe today, if we kept, for instance, let's just keep this thing intact and put a priority number in front of each one of those. And we'll fund by priority all the way through it. And those, recognizing that once we run out of cash, from the building fund, or from this part of the budget, once we, then those other items roll into next year's budget, or they don't happen at all. Maybe we decide we don't want to do them, or we put them on a list of items that possibly we could look at funding through public-private or something along that line. I'm thinking, the only one I'm thinking about public-private right now is this one over here. I think, that one's big enough, and I just keep thinking every time we start talking about this, we're getting adding another $3 million to it. And I'm thinking, I'm getting the feeling now, maybe we drive a stake in the heart of this thing and say, yep, let's do it right now. Let's do a public-private partnership. Let's get this thing going, and then we'll amateurize that expense that after we drive a stake in the heart of it over a period of time with that public-private partnership, kind of like what they proposed with the convention center out here. That's
Well,
just
it's,
me thinking.
the only problem I have with that is that we haven't come to a full conclusion of what we're going to do over here at the courthouse.
Good point.
Okay?
Yep.
I've been hearing these rumors and hearing these rumors, and thank you for giving us a presentation. Thank the judge for giving us a presentation. You know, before we can fund something, we have to know what we're doing.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. I mean, but we will
So it's
know.
not to that point yet.
We're gonna have a number this year. It's
Yeah, and
gonna
I
be-
wish we
that
could be,
building was gonna be right
but
there.
it still is in the phases of getting drawn and trying to get numbers ourselves right now. So
Well, it's just,
it's all
you know,
speculation at this point. We don't know exactly where it's going to land.
Sure.
Yeah, so our goal was to get those numbers to present to the board by April 5th, 18th, April 18th meeting. So that's our goal. If in fact CTA comes back with those, which I expect them to, on the 11th, and then we'll be back. So that, well, you'll have a good idea, at least a projection of what those numbers look like if we go, with the other option.
See, my only problem is, guys, is that I've done this on and off for 11 years now. You get a bid and everybody does their due diligence. We receive the bid. Yep, we're going to do it, I think. And then we, for one thing leads to another, we don't fund it that year, or we are unable to fund it for that year, and we roll it over. And every time we do that, the price goes up significantly. And I'm at a point where I'm just thinking on these projects where we know we have to do them and whatnot. I think that the sooner you figure out how to drive a stake in the heart of it, the better off you are, because it's going up by millions every time.
So if we were to tentatively approve this budget, then next month or at one of our meetings, we could change that and pull money out of this budget, put it into a new fund somewhere, or completely change it.
That is correct. The final budget's not due to the state until, it'll be at your second meeting in May when you'll actually adopt that. So we can, that's going to be here before we know it, though. Even if you do tentatively approve it and we don't move forward with those changes until after that time, we can always augment the budget.
Sure, and then at that time too, the courtroom renovation, you could put $1 million away instead of $1,750,000. Especially if you looked at it and you thought, well, this isn't going to happen in this budget year.
Yeah.
But you'd have money that was.
Money still sitting there.
And it was called for, and it was labeled for that purpose.
That'd be the conservative approach for this year.
Yeah, I think
Maybe we ought to put in the budget new windows for this room.
I think there's a leak.
What do you mean?
I think there's a leak right there.
Huh?
So what are we thinking at this stage? We're bouncing all over the map here, but so am I understanding this then that we want to prioritize this list, or do we want to just keep it for now and then augment, or either that or change it as we move through? Holy moly.
Who shut that window?
Change.
Oh, it's already shut. Oh, no.
That might have something to do
That'll
with
be a
it.
breeze.
It was open.
Nothing wrong with windows.
But we
This has been tentatively approved already last year.
Yep.
Correct?
good portion of it, yeah.
Yes. And the courthouse is going to be a very big thing, and it's an ongoing thing. I'm not saying shut it down, but let's make it priority and get these others done. Get the detention center done, get the building and grounds shop looked at, and see that I think we can do it for less than $1 million. And if the library roof is that bad, it needs to be done right now, get it done.
Right.
This other one, the 281, you say is already in going. That'll at least get us going on these things.
Okay. So you've identified 4, the courthouse renovation and whatnot. Maybe take some of the cash that was identified in this budget and transfer it to an account as was recommended by comptroller specifically for that renovation. Just put it away.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that because we're not far enough around.
Right.
You know, we're putting off these other things.
Right.
You know, we've got
agree.
air conditions, we've got heaters in the basement that need work on them and different stuff. We need to start keeping these things going and keeping everything intact. You know, you know, these other things have been there for a year already, so actually a year and 3 months, so.
And in all fairness, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Hill. In all fairness, you know, we approved the detention center last year for their bathroom remodel. We should stick to it. I mean, we already approved it. For whatever reason, that work never got done. So in my eyes right now, that's an easy pick. That's a low hanging fruit. Let's make that a priority. Let's reapprove that and direct whoever let's get on that. Let's get some bids together. Let's get that moving.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I make just a comment here? I like that, and I like the idea that Commissioner Haas has. If you took the last three, so bathroom renovation, library roof, and the library ADA upgrades, and keep those in projects, capital projects, and take the buildings and grounds shop and move it to building reserve, because that's what that's for, building reserve. We got $2 million in there now. So the money's in the bank. We can build it. I agree with you. I think it's going to be a lot less than $1 million. So do that. And then all you got to do is, I think, in my personal opinion, you need to keep the communications piece in there so we can keep moving forward to get it done. Because right now we got some real shortcomings with our northern deputies and anybody going out there, emergency responders. So keep that 1.25 in there. And then again, with the other ones, we just don't know what's going on right now. So we could either just keep it and maybe we'll know more by the end of this month. And then you can make some decisions come, first part of May or the second meeting in May, which would be the deadline.
So you're talking about pulling those particular items out of this list for right now with a place mark in place down the road?
Well, what I guess what I was trying to say is just take the buildings and grounds shop and put it in building reserve.
Right.
That'll reduce this by $1 million.
Right.
And so, in that way, we know we're going to do that. That's a priority. Let's go get it. And then the others we're going to do, the last three, 200,000, 79,000, 281.
Yep.
And then keep in the budget the three I just mentioned, plus communications project, plus the courtroom renovation, courtroom entry. Just keep them there as a bookmark. And until we get the numbers back from CTA.
That's a good.
And we'll have time to well that over. Maybe I suggest we have a special meeting for that. Give us plenty of time for them to present. We can have a funding matrix together by that time, and have some ideas of where the money could come from.
Can we get both judges in here too at the same time?
Maybe.
That way we'll, I mean, this has been presented and it's been kicked around and thought about, and other ideas have come up, maybe better ideas, maybe not, but this isn't far enough along to, keep something else from being done.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying is let's get these other things done.
Sure.
So we're just going to place mark those, and then these others we'll keep in.
Get them done as quickly as we can.
Okay. Can we get that in the form of a motion, then we can have lunch?
Is that a motion?
I think we fleshed this out. I feel pretty good about the conversation. I think this is something we want to talk about for a while, so.
Yes, I just don't know how to make that motion.
Jesse, you're going to make it?
Sure.
Okay.
Do it if you want.
You want to do it?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, because
I would move that the communications project for $1,250,000 gets done. Building and ground shop for $1 million gets done.
What's that?
The library bathroom, ADA upgrades gets done. The library roof gets done. An adult detention bathroom renovation gets done as soon as we can get them done.
Commissioner Haas, were you thinking on the $1 million buildings and grounds, was that going to go into the buildings fund, or did you want to just start the project and get it done this year?
Well, we can't get it done this year. There's no way to, but we can get further on to it so that we can go. We can transfer it to that and then take it out of there.
Yep.
we can get it done.
I thought that's what you meant by it. So. Okay, does everybody understand that?
Yep. What did that,
There's mud.
What do we got
Mr.
mucked
Chair,
up
he's
now?
choking on a chicken bone over here.
what did that motion, I just have a clarification, this is Commissioner Hill. So that leaves the courthouse with no action.
Entry.
Well, it's going to place mark the courthouse action for a special meeting down the road, because we haven't decided how we're going to run with that yet.
It's going to come up anyway, so.
Is that right?
Yes. I mean, it's, we just placed it on a special meeting or something down the road.
And it makes sense, because
It's gonna take that
honestly,
long.
we don't have all the information.
We
in front
don't,
of us
and
to do it.
And I think we're coming up on a spot though, to where I think we can start having a real conversation about that here down the road, so. Okay. Did you get all that, Gina? Okay. All right. Any additional discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Well, that was a roundabout way.
Actually, that went pretty well, guys. I think that was, I feel pretty good about.
It's when you're just glad there's 5 of us, not just one.
Yeah.
Or 2.
Yeah, it's there's some significant discussion in terms of what we're going to have to do and a lot of money on the table, but I think we're coming to a point where I'm feeling better about being able to accomplish this now anytime soon, so. Okay, did you guys want to break for lunch or did you guys want to go on?
At least a quick break.
Smelling
We
so
can
good.
grab our stuff.
Lunch is served, so we're gonna adjourn for lunch right now. Thank you.